all about high-level music for the Y2K vibe. Shout out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah? Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
Wrong transition. Hi, everybody. I need to disclaim right off the bat that we're probably going to BRB in, like, just a second, because, like I mentioned just a second ago in the chat, I have a lasagna coming out of the oven and I need to eat it! Jam, thank you for renewing your channel membership. But, yeah, that's... Well, I guess we'll just go ahead and start, but, like, don't be surprised if I have to go eat in, like, just a minute. I apologize for that, but timing is a funny thing. Rain, thank you for renewing your channel membership as well. Okay, let me move the window around real quick. Okay, there we go. Yo, thank you for the gifted 10 memberships, Jam, let's go. Actually, you know, not to be a tease, but if the laugh is gonna go for a second, then I might as well just take a second to grab the lasagna real quick. So let me just do that real quick. Let's just get it out of the way so I don't have to worry about it. Neon Roses, thank you for becoming a channel member as well. Okay. Anyway, one sec.
Yeah, check. You're in tune to the decipher sounds and we lock down in the media. It's all about high-level music for the Y2K vibe. Shout out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah? Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time. Y2K divide. Shout out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah? Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
Okay, hi. I have my lasagna. It's gonna take me just a minute. Sorry again about the delay. Okay. I am now ready to start. Thank you for your patience. We're going to be getting to some real good stuff today. And by real good stuff, I mean real good, but torturous. So wish me luck with that, vocal cord wise. All right. Let's go. My relatives gathered at the Sonozaki house after the festival to have a little party. I mingled with my uncles and had fun. I was trying to get rid of my eerie memories of the ritual storehouse. Mion was acting as the successor, so I tried to stay away from her. I'm sure she would feel weird if I talked to her in a formal way. In consideration of the hag's old age, we ended the party around 11 p.m. We all helped to clean up, with the women washing the dishes in the kitchen, and the men folding the tables and putting them away in a storeroom. It only took about 30 minutes. Then, everyone left, one after the other. By then, Mion was no longer acting as the Sonozaki successor and was back to being her normal self. Maybe I overexerted a little. I was lying on the tatami floor. Kasai asked me if I could get in the car, so I told him I'd rather not move anymore. Sis, can I spend the night here? I just want to sleep. Granny will get mad if she finds you. By the way, don't you have school tomorrow, Shion? No, tomorrow's our school's anniversary, so there's no class. How many times a year does your school have its anniversary? Oh well. Okay, Kasai-san. She can stay here tonight.
Understood. Good night.
Come on, Shion, wake up. Granny will get really mad if you fall asleep here. Here, hold on to me. You can sleep in my room. What? You what? Sis. My alter ego told me that I'm in a demon's stomach. I wouldn't have woken up if I hadn't heard that voice, but when I stop, he always walks one extra step. I might not have woken up at all. Notebook page 165. I didn't remember much after that. I was probably brought to Mion's room and immediately crawled into the futon. After a while, Mion got her futon ready next to me, turned the lights off, and went to sleep. At least that's what I thought. I got up and turned the lights on. Mion's futon was empty. The futon felt cold. Mion must have left it a while ago. Did she go to the bathroom? No, the closest bathroom was right there down the hallway. The light in the bathroom was off. Where did she go? The ticking of the clock was loud and annoying in this silence. The hands pointed to a little before 3 a.m. I was left alone all of a sudden, in this late night. I felt the eeriness of the ritual storehouse coming back to me, almost after managing to forget it in the ruckus earlier. I tried to sense my surroundings. In this house, there shouldn't be an eerie atmosphere, strange noises, or footsteps. I stepped out into the freezing cold hallway to look for Mion. When I did, I immediately noticed light coming from one of the nearby rooms. That room belonged to the hag. The hag went to sleep early and woke up early. She was very strict about her bedtime, so it was strange to see her light on in the middle of the night. I could hear voices, too. The voices belonged to the hag and Mion. I creeped up to the room and listened to their conversation. Since it was the middle of the night, I could hear their words very clearly.
But you know, those young ones went too far. You're right. They made Oyashiro-sama angry, so I guess they got what they deserved.
Mion's voice sounded as cold as the one I'd heard in the torture room. I held my breath.
The police say they're investigating, but are you sure? I guess. It's probably Takano-san.
My heart almost stopped. Oyashiro-sama got angry. The police are investigating. It's probably Takano-san. And what day was it today? Those words told me that something was happening. My teeth started to chatter. I desperately tried to stop them. I felt like my body was swelling up suddenly. I could no longer hear as well. Calm down. Breathe. Listen more carefully. According to Mion and the hag's conversation, another incident definitely took place. The victims were Takano-san and Tomitake-san. From what I could tell, both Mion and the hag thought it made sense that whatever it was happened to them. No. I need to think more clearly, calmly. They did say they deserved it for making Oyashiro-sama angry. Did they say Takano-san and Tomitake-san made Oyashiro-sama angry? How did they make Oyashiro-sama angry? They knew. My body started to shake. They knew we snuck into the ritual storehouse. Then that would mean Keiichi and I were also subject to Oyashiro-sama's curse? Suddenly a phone rang. The phone was by the front door. The front door was opposite the hag's room, farther down the hall. The ringing echoed throughout the long hallway. It sounded so eerie, almost like it was coming from hell. That was when I felt someone behind me. Of course, there was nobody there when I turned around, but there was someone there a moment ago. I didn't know if it was Satoshi-kun. I didn't sense any emotion, so I couldn't tell. I also didn't know how long it had been there. It was as if that somebody was watching me listen in on their conversation. That was the feeling I got. It couldn't be Satoshi-kun. Satoshi-kun would never be that intimidating or scary. My mind turned all red, like it was suffused with blood. Have you experienced anything like that? Those footsteps always followed me. They even came to my bedside and looked down at me. I remembered what Rena Ryugu had said on that rainy day. You'll be okay if that's true. Oyashiro-sama won't get mad at you. If Oyashiro-sama wasn't angry,
nobody would follow me. So what did this mean? Ever since we snuck into the shrine storage, something has been following me? What is it? Calm down. Calm down. That's right. Rena wasn't talking about me. She was talking about Satoshi-kun. That's what happened to Satoshi-kun. Everything he's going through is a sign of Oyashiro-sama's curse. That's right. That's why he encountered the curse of Oyashiro-sama. You feel someone is watching you from a distance, and it follows you. A creepy feeling crawled up and spread across my back. Then it watches from right behind you. After that, you start hearing an extra footstep. I swallowed loudly. It's almost as though Rena Ryugu was predicting what would happen to me. Had Rena been talking about Satoshi-kun back then? Or had she actually been talking about me? But you start hearing it even inside your house after a while. Then, Oyashiro-sama keeps watching you even when you're sleeping in the dark. Right by your side, waiting silently. I knew by now that there was no mistake. No matter how I looked at it, she had been talking about me. Yes, me. It had been about me. The curse of Oyashiro-sama. What is the curse of Oyashiro-sama? That was when I actually felt something for real. Someone grabbed my collar. No voice came out. I wanted to scream, but all I could do was close and open and close my mouth as if something was stuck in my throat. It was Mion. She looked even colder than how she'd looked in the underground torture room. It only made sense that she'd come out into the hallway to answer the phone. I tried to come up with an excuse. However, the way Mion looked at me was so cold. Even if I really had run into her by accident, I could tell by the look in her eyes that she wouldn't believe me. I felt cold sweat all over my body. I couldn't even move my fingers. Sorry. I apologized. I could have said something to get myself out of the situation, but the apology came out first. But Mion didn't appear to hear me. She walked to the front door, still holding my collar. The phone was still ringing. A normal person doesn't usually let a phone ring so long at this time of night. The phone call itself didn't seem real to me. Mion picked up the phone. This is Mion. I see. I understand. Please take care of things at your end. Also, please make sure that nobody talks about this. Yes. Goodbye. Mion put the phone down after a short conversation. What did she mean, make sure nobody talks about this? Who called anyway? Mion put her forehead to mine and spoke to me. Did you hear? Which conversation was she asking me about? Well, she had to be talking about the one with the hag. If I said yes, what would happen to me? I don't know what you're talking about. Mion pulled my collar, pressed her nose on mine, and continued to speak. Just what you heard. The curse of Oyashiro-sama fell upon Tomitake-san and Takano-san. It's really very unfortunate. It was like I was talking to myself in a mirror, but what I was saying in the mirror was ever so cold. Sis, what is the curse of Oyashiro-sama? Tomitake-san killed himself by clawing out his throat. Takano-san was burned to death in an oil drum. Terrible, isn't it? Tomitake-san clawed at his own throat until he died. What? Takano-san was burned to death in an oil drum? What? What? I felt something furry crawl up my spine. I also felt like my stomach was turning upside down. I didn't feel any strength in my legs. If Mion let go of my collar, I'd probably collapse on the spot. Why did they die that way? Don't you know, Shion? I'm asking you because I don't know. I don't know! Don't you see that there can only be one reason? Please don't talk as if I already know the answer. What do you mean? My heart was pounding. I felt that my next breath would be so bloody and hot that I'd choke on it. Don't you know? It's because they made Oyashiro-sama angry. The first year, it was the manager of the dam construction site. The second year, it was the traitors to the village. The third year, it was the pacifist. The fourth year, it was the relatives of the traitors. I'd always thought the victims were people who had something to do with the dam conflict. Since I didn't do anything against the village during the dam conflict, I assumed I was safe. I should have known. I should have known everything would be the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I knew Oyashiro-sama's anger was the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I knew Oyashiro-sama would get angry if I snuck into the ritual storehouse. But since I wasn't held responsible in any way for the dam conflict, I never thought I would be a victim of the curse. Did I ever think that there would be an incident in the 5th year? Did I ever think that I'd be the victim of that 5th year incident? Tomitake-san snuck into the storehouse, and he clawed at his own throat until he died. Takano-san was burned to death in an oil drum. It must be a lie. It couldn't be true. Even if it was forbidden, it was just a space for storing some old torture implements. How could they be killed for just sneaking in there? Especially in such gruesome ways. But I thought about it again and realized that those people were absolutely capable of doing things like that. The main Sonozaki family was capable of it. The Sonozaki family had been pulling the strings behind the series of mysterious deaths. They could do it. The Sonozaki family even kidnapped the grandson of the Minister of Construction during the dam conflict. They could do it. The Sonozaki family made Satoshi-kun disappear completely. They could do it. Mion leaned against me, before falling onto the cold hallway floor. She collapsed rather violently. I usually didn't go to sleep with my stun gun, but since I was too tired and sleepy to get ready for bed, I still had it on me. I had my stun gun on me. I finally understood. I didn't know who killed them exactly, whose idea it was or who ordered it. I didn't even know who was actually involved, but Mion and the hag knew everything. Satoshi-kun. Now I finally know. Now I know what I need to do. I will settle the score for you, Satoshi-kun. I will avenge you, Satoshi-kun. I won't be killed like you, Satoshi-kun. I walked into the hag's room. She was sitting up to take some medicine. Her back was turned to me. Mion and I are twins. If I acted like her, the hag wouldn't notice the difference. I didn't think she ever suspected me. I put my stun gun to her neck and pulled the trigger. I heard an indescribable electrical sound, and the hag's lights went out. She fell in a twisted position. I didn't know how long it would take a person to regain their freedom of movement after getting knocked out with a stun gun, so I had to restrain them before they woke back up. I was unbelievably calm. The key to the underground torture room was in the forbidden drawer that only the head of the family can access. Mion had told me about this once. I'd never looked for the drawer before, but I found it exactly where I thought it would be. The key was on a keychain with several of its sisters. Each key had a little plaque on it that said what it was used for. They were all in Mion's handwriting. She was an idiot for being so conscientious, but it sure helped me out. I put the keychain in my pocket and headed to the outdoor storeroom to find a cart. I found a large flashlight there as well. There was a strap on the flashlight so I could put it on my shoulder. That way, I'd have both hands free to carry Mion and the hag. I loaded Mion and then our grandmother onto the cart and carried them to the underground torture room. I was prepared to use the stun gun again if they woke up while I was working, but it was more powerful than I imagined, and the hag showed no signs of waking. This was the stun gun Kasai specially ordered for me when I told him I wanted a powerful one. I remembered him telling me that it was an illegally modified stun gun, and that I should never use it just for fun. I used my flashlight to find the light switch. I found it easily and turned it on. All the lights went on in the basement. Although there was now illumination, it was very dim. I moved quickly so as to finish what I needed to do before they woke up. Excuse me. I decided to put Mion in a cell beyond the torture room. The lights in the torture room were so bright that it was like daylight. There was a door there. I was fairly certain the cells were on the other side of that door. The proper key was here. The keys made a tinkling sound. I felt cold air coming in through the gap in the door. There must be a huge opening on the other side. I opened the door and I saw nothing but darkness. Wrong track, Dr. Henwig. It's not that one. I don't believe, anyway. Or, well, okay, yeah, I forgot. It just stopped playing the BGM, so it's not going to show me the title. Oh well. I felt along the wall to find a light switch. I turned the switch on, and the light bulbs lit up, revealing a huge rocky cave. It didn't look like a natural cave. It looked more like an air raid shelter. There were several hollow openings with bars across them. Those were the cells. I walked up to the closest cell and checked to see if it was strong enough to confine her. I pushed and pulled on the bars. I rammed against them with all my weight and decided they were perfectly sturdy. This was secure enough to be called a cell. I opened the lock and carried Mion in. I wasn't particularly strong, just average. I'd never thought I was strong enough to carry a whole person, but now I didn't need to pretend to be weak. I could easily lift and drag their bodies. I put Mion in the cell. She seemed to moan a little. I didn't need to check to make sure. The effect of my stun gun was wearing off. I closed the bars and turned the key in the lock. Then I ran to the hag, who must have been starting to wake up too. Fortunately, there was no sign of her regaining consciousness. Maybe the difference in age had something to do with it. I looked for a table to restrain her on. I found a wheelchair with restraints for the hands and feet. I put the hag in it. Of course, she didn't resist, but her dead weight made it seem like she was a huge French doll, but one made of flesh. I put her hands on the armrests and restrained them at the wrists with the metal rings and hinges. I did the same with her feet. This must have been a wheelchair specially remodeled to restrain a person. Other than the restraints, it was a regular wheelchair. I waited for the hag to wake up. I had so many things I wanted to ask her. I didn't think she'd answer honestly, but I had plenty of tools to make her talk. I was in no rush. When the hag had a concern, relatives took care of the problem. That was how it worked in the Sonozaki family. She was the leader of the family, so all the information they gathered would make its way to her. She must know everything that happened in Hinamizawa. Excuse me. Including the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I heard a noise from the cell. Mion must have woken up before the hag did. Speaking of the hag, she didn't seem like she was about to wake up anytime soon, but she was restrained even if she did, so I had no need to fear. I left the hag there and headed for the cell. Shion, what do you think you're doing? She talked like the successor, but she also sounded frightened. She obviously understood the situation she was in right now. Good morning, Mion. You never thought you'd be in there, huh? As the acting head, I order you. Open this up. You don't sound so scary in there. You need to talk more like a leader, don't you think? Though talking that way will only make you look like a fool. There was nothing funny about it, but I wanted to intimidate Mion. My laughter echoed throughout the cave. It was artificial and meaningless laughter. I heard it over and over as it echoed. It sounded as if I wasn't the only one laughing. I couldn't stand it, so I stopped. Silence filled the air. That silence almost hurt my ears, so I started to speak. Tomitake-san and Takano-san becoming the victims this year. I didn't expect that. What an idea to burn Takano-san to death. But actually, she would be the kind of person who'd prefer to die that way. Maybe she's satisfied, huh? Mion didn't say anything. She just stared at me to see how I'd proceed. What about the way Tomitake-san died? He clawed out his own throat, right? Did you give him a shot of some kind? Or is there a torture device that did that to him? Mion didn't reply. I was smiling boldly, but I became impatient and finally kicked the bars. It made a violent noise. Mion jumped as if she was kicked directly. It's boring not to get any answers. Do you have any idea what will happen if I get angry? How would I know? Mion finally replied. She was odious, but at the same time sounded pitiful. Hey, Mion. As the successor, why don't you tell me? Let's see. I had just too many things I wanted to ask her. I wanted to ask her about me, about the incident, about the curse, about Satoshi-kun. I didn't even know where to start. Before I asked her about those, I asked her one other thing. You know, there's no point in trying to resist, don't you? Mion glared at me silently. Because we were twins, I knew that was just a bluff. We've come this far, so there's no point in me hesitating anymore. You shouldn't expect hesitation or even mercy from me, sis. Mion must have been feeling the cold sweat on her face. Although the light was dim, I could tell she was frightened. Okay, here I go. First, about the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, also known as the curse of Oyashiro-sama. What's the meaning of it? Is it to signify the end of the dam conflict? I think so. Mion sounded a little confused, but she answered. I felt satisfaction now that we were communicating. I continued with a smile. You think, huh? Don't you know the details? You know yourself that the successor's simply a messenger for Granny. Yeah, right. But the successor must know everything the current head is thinking, right? Do you really think I'd believe you're just a messenger? Although I'm always around Granny, I don't always know what she's thinking. It's not like I can understand her all the time. Okay. So you're saying that everything about the curse of Oyashiro-sama is decided by the hag herself, right? I assumed she'd talk to the successor about it. When it's something dangerous, Granny decides it on her own. I don't have anything to do with it. But even if she decides by herself, Grandma uses you to take care of various things, doesn't she? And you're telling me you don't know anything? No! She doesn't use me for that. I really don't understand it myself. But it's like I take care of problems on the surface and someone else takes care of problems on the underside. Who? Who's the one who takes care of these underside problems? I don't know. Haven't you seen anyone? Haven't you overheard a phone conversation? It must be someone who gets in touch with the hag at the same time every year, around the time the curse happens. I don't know. I really don't. Mion shook her head. Okay, let me change the question. Why were Tomitake-san and Takano-san chosen as victims, even though they had nothing to do with the dam conflict? Was it because they snuck into the ritual storehouse? As soon as Mion heard the words ritual storehouse, her expression shifted. The ritual storehouse? Did they intrude on the storehouse at the Furude Shrine? Didn't you know? I thought you already knew. If they really did that... And it was truly stupid of them. Of course something would happen to them. Mion muttered bitterly while shaking her head repeatedly. Mion's reaction made me realize the true meaning of the forbidden storehouse for ritual implements. The ritual storehouse is a sacred building, so nobody can go inside. The curse will fall upon any who disobey. Any child would know that rule. However, just because they knew about it didn't mean they all believed in it. Although they were told they would be cursed, most of the kids actually enjoyed hearing the stories. They simply didn't believe it was true. However, Mion's reaction told me it absolutely was. If they actually did that, of course something would happen to them. She was saying that if someone snuck into the ritual storehouse, that person should be killed. What you know and what I know aren't matching up anymore. Of course I'm aware I shouldn't just waltz into the storehouse, but to be killed in such a gruesome way for doing it? I never knew that. Did you? That's just because you're ignorant about it, Shion. Well, sorry for being ignorant. Could you please explain it to me? Just like you said, the kids don't really believe in the curse. They assume it's just superstition, but they also know that if an adult found out, they'd be in big trouble. But to the elderly people of Hinamizawa, it's something more serious. Mion explained to me how the elderly people blindly believe in Oyashiro-sama, and how sacred the festivals are to them. It's probably something the younger generation would never understand, but they're possessed by a very strong, deeply rooted devotion towards Oyashiro-sama. Mion then went on to tell me about how sinful it was to violate the rule of the ritual storehouse. I just couldn't believe things like that were still going on in the modern day. I couldn't even reply appropriately. But even if it was unbelievable, I couldn't ignore what I was hearing from my twin sister. I see. But Mion, doesn't the rule say that one victim gets killed by the curse and another has to become a sacrifice? The body of the sacrifice is never to be found. But there are 2 dead bodies this time. What do you think of that? Mion doesn't know that besides Takano-san and Tomitake-san, Keiichi and I also snuck into the ritual storehouse. So I tried to lead her a little. I know. That doesn't make sense. Maybe Takano-san's burned body wasn't supposed to be found. Maybe the intention was for her to vanish. Or... I'm not too sure, but... What? Just say what you're thinking. I won't get mad. Mion Mion hesitated a little at first, and then started to speak. Actually, 4 people snuck into the shrine storage, so maybe... Maybe what? Maybe the other 2 will become sacrifices and get demoned away.
You shouldn't have said that.
Mion's words were stuck in my head. If those 2 dead bodies were the result of the curse, then there should be 2 sacrifices to calm Oyashiro-sama's anger. The 4 of us snuck into the shrine storage together. It was a simple equation. Did that mean that Keiichi and I were in danger? I got drunk, fell asleep, and decided to stay overnight. Was that because of the alcohol? Or did someone put a drug in my drink? It's not like me to get drunk and spend a night at the hag's house. I wanted to forget about what happened in that eerie storehouse, so I drank too much. But it really was strange for me to get that drunk. Maybe it was a good thing I woke up in the middle of the night. I could have been the one to wake up in a cell. Sometimes it's hard to recognize danger when you avoid it accidentally. A part of me wanted to just laugh at the idea, but another part felt frightened that I was so close to being in Mion's position. If my thinking was correct, I wonder how Keiichi Maibara was doing right now. I didn't see him in any of the cells, but that didn't guarantee his safety. Takano-san and Tomitake-san had been executed. There was a possibility that Keiichi could already be dead. But just like what happened to Satoshi-kun, it might only happen after a few days. When the sun rose, I was going to pretend to be Mion and head to her school. I was going to check if Keiichi Maibara was safe. If he had already disappeared, the enemy would come after me next. I'd have to be a decoy for myself. But if he was still safe, I'd need to keep my eyes on him. I was sure the enemy would come after that scatterbrain. If I became Mion, Shion would disappear. The enemy would think Shion had already been demoned away and they'd concentrate on Keiichi. If nothing happened to Keiichi, that would also be fine. It proved that nothing would happen to me either. The hag was still sleeping in the wheelchair. I was going to interrogate her.
Jupiter, she talked about the fact that that had already departed a little while ago and it was replaced with something more sinister.
I was going to interrogate her, but actually I wasn't expecting to learn that much. The woman, who was also known as Empress Sonozaki, probably wouldn't say a thing even if her fingers were cut off. Mion, her successor, was the complete opposite. She spoke readily but didn't know too much about anything. Mion had said she was only a messenger, and that someone else was taking care of problems on the underside. It was possible Mion had grown to be a good liar, and that she tried to deceive me with a straight face. But at the same time, I could see the hag not letting Mion get involved in the underside of the village. If I were her, I wouldn't have used Mion for that either. Unlike me, Mion was a nice person. While there were only ones and zeros in the world, she believed there were numbers with decimal points. In other words, she could never be cruel. If the hag thought the same way as I do, it was very possible. The one who took care of the problems on the underside, X, was the one who actually governed the curse of Oyashiro-sama. If the hag became concerned about something, X would deal with it, either directly or indirectly. Or maybe the hag and X would discuss the details first. But did X really exist? If he did, his place in the village hierarchy was a lot more important than that of the successor. Unlike Mion, who was too nice, he was discreet, cruel, and cunning. Furthermore, he was extremely close to the hag, someone who would have a lot of contact with her just before it was time for the curse. Because of the way Tomitake-san died, it could be someone who regularly dealt with unusual drugs. He could be a member of a medical institution. The director of the Irie clinic. Irie? In this isolated village, Irie was famous for opening such a beautiful clinic, and for working so hard for the villagers' sake. The villagers liked his mature personality, and I really respected him. There's nothing scarier than a doctor who is also a murderer. If Irie was the person behind the curse, all the mysterious deaths could be explained. However, there was only a slim chance of Irie being X. The main reason being that hag wouldn't trust him. Like many of the elderly, the hag doesn't like young people. I knew if she'd never trust him because of his age. Furthermore, she had openly criticized his behavior among the relatives once. Although Irie was famous, he was an outsider after all. He wasn't born here. He tried to maintain a good relationship with the villagers as the director of the clinic, but that was just on the surface. I couldn't even imagine the hag telling him about her worries or about the village's underside. If she was as suspicious of others as I was, then she'd only gather trustworthy people to deal with that underside. The first people that came to my mind were the leaders of the three families. Leaving Rikachama out, the head of the Kimiyoshi family was a strong possibility. He was the only one who could advise Empress Sonozaki. They were of a similar age, and everyone knew that they were very close outside of the family councils. Furthermore, as the mayor, he often went to the Sonozaki house just before Watanagashi to discuss festival preparations. I could easily picture them talking privately. The one who executed the curse of Oyashiro-sama, the one who murdered Takano-san and Tomitake-san, The mastermind behind the series of the mysterious deaths that had been going on for the past 5 years. Was he coming after me? Did he get to Satoshi-kun? When I thought about Satoshi-kun, I felt elevated. I was fearful of possibly being this year's victim until just a moment ago. I was scared that X was after me, but when I thought about it, I realized, whoever it was, this person had gotten to Satoshi-kun. I'd looked so hard, but I couldn't find him. I'd almost forgotten about this enemy. For better or worse, he was going to appear before me again. No matter how hard I'd tried, I couldn't find that enemy. But now he was trying to find me. That was it. I wasn't only being chased. I was chasing too. When I realized all this, I was no longer afraid of dying to the 5th year's curse. It had become a game. I wasn't only being threatened, I was threatening too. Now was the time to settle the score for Satoshi-kun. Now was the time to awaken passions that had grown weak over the past year. I could feel righteous indignation and courage flare up within me. The only emotion that could defeat fear is anger. When my anger completely overtook my fear, I felt as if I were reborn. Why don't you wake up, Grandma? I kicked her wheelchair rather violently, but that didn't wake her up either. Are you just pretending to be asleep? I grabbed her hair and pulled her head up, but even then, the hag still stayed silent with a straight face. Then, I noticed something. I looked for an appropriate torture device. They were all large-scale, none of them being particularly handy. That's when I saw a cigarette lighter on the cushion in the tatami room. One of the relatives must have left it there. I lit the lighter. A huge flame appeared. I turned the lighter off and went back to the hag with it. Can you see it? Can't you see it? This is a cigarette lighter somebody left behind. I lit it in front of her eyes. I'm going to burn your nose now. You don't want that, do you? I wouldn't want it. So why don't you quit pretending to be asleep? There was still no response. I put the flame right under her nose without hesitation. The tip of the flame touched the tip of her nose. The flame must have burned her nose hair. It smelled terrible. I was already certain, but I continued anyway. I brought the flame closer to her eye. Her eyelid didn't move one bit. The flame burned her eyelashes, making it smell awful again. I turned the lighter off and then felt her throat and wrist. I didn't feel any warmth. I didn't feel a pulse either. Did she die from the stun gun? There was no way she could pretend to be asleep while being burned. Even if she could endure the pain, anyone would reflexively move their eyelids if a flame came close to their eyes. But she didn't. I turned the sink water on and aimed the end of a hose at the hag's face. The water pressure wasn't too high, but by squeezing the tip of the hose, I could make it squirt out. The water hit the hag in the face, but there was still no reaction. Shit! You've got to be kidding me! She's dead! The one who was at the center of everything is dead now! I knew she wouldn't talk, but I didn't expect her to end up dead. I'd never even thought of killing her. I walked around the room restlessly. I didn't feel guilty, but instead felt frustrated with what I'd done. Come on. I need to calm down. What do I need to be afraid of? Calm down. And stay cool. Calm down. Stay cool. I could feel my brain starting to calm down, and my emotions cooling down with it. She was my true enemy. It was just that I killed her before confronting her about it. Sooner or later, I would have killed her anyway. She wouldn't have said anything in the first place, so there wasn't really a reason why I should have let her live. I didn't realize that until now, and that was why I got frustrated. My revenge for Satoshi-kun started with the unexpected death of my grandmother. It was such a strange feeling, like I was wearing sopping wet clothes. I replaced that feeling with anger. I couldn't forgive her. I couldn't forgive the hag for abusing the Hojo family, including Satoshi-kun, for so many years. She cornered him psychologically as well as physically. She didn't deserve an easy death from a stun gun. I picked up that whip that was hanging on the wall. The whip was designed to make sure the person on the receiving end got seriously injured. I swung it up, and then down. The sound reminded me of when I was a child, hitting things with a jump rope I pretended was a whip. But unlike then, I'd made a purple mark on the hag's face, and the reddish-black blood started oozing out. I swung it up and then down again. This time, the whip hits her in the head. Her hair flew in the air. I saw a bunch of her hair on the tip of the whip. At the end of the bunch of hair, there was a piece of skin. Seemed the whip had ripped part of her scalp off. I continued to hit her with the whip, I didn't bother removing the hair beforehand. The tip of the whip was divided into many points, with each point having a fish hook on the end. Those hooks, added to the speed of the whip, not only scratched the victim, but tore their skin as well. The hag's hair was all messed up, and her face was getting bloody. She'd started to look like a real demon. I stopped the whipping, not because my arm was tired, but because I couldn't stand the feeling of her hair on the tip touching me every time I swung the whip. I threw the whip at the hag. Breathing heavily, I realized I was covered in her hair. It almost felt like thousands of maggots crawling all over me. I brushed it off violently. 1 second. Okay. Just wanted to check something real quick. Oh, wait. The filter. God damn it. You deserve this. You fucking demon hag. I put my hands on my knees and exhaled roughly. It was then that I noticed it. I perked up and turned around. There it is. The person who had been watching me since I snuck into the shrine storage. I sensed this person sitting in the tatami room and enjoyed watching me torture my grandmother. An overwhelming emotion started to swallow me up. I tried desperately not to feel it. How long have you been there? You should have said something. It was just there. Just like Satoshi-kun, it was just there. It was extremely uncomfortable to have it just be there. I see. Rena told me. Are you Oyashiro-sama? I smiled boldly, and yet I could feel my body shivering. You can't fool me. Are you saying that you're Oyashiro-sama and that the curse of Oyashiro-sama really does exist? Come on! Who would believe something like that? Huh? It was just my imagination. It couldn't be the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The curse couldn't be real. Everything was done by humans. They made everything look like it was a curse. Well, I don't care if you saw what I did. I won't charge you for it. But if you're thinking about interfering, I won't hold back, you know. No matter what I said, nothing happened. It was like trying to communicate with an insect. I felt like I was staring at a spider in the middle of its web, and the spider was staring back. I turned to the hag in the wheelchair. I couldn't leave her body here forever. If I don't need to make her death known, then it should be quick. And it's best if a body doesn't exist. Not even in this secret underground torture room. I exhaled to try to calm myself down. Gona, it's not exactly one-to-one. We did have a different meeting between Keiichi and Shion, and some other little differences, but I would say it is, if not exactly the same, it is highly adjacent, is how I would describe it. Oh, I remember now. When I was a little girl, Kasa used to love making me feel scared. He often told me scary stories about various horrible things. I recalled his story about the secret torture room of the Sonozaki family. According to the story, there was a well in the torture room for dumping bodies in. There was a pile of tortured corpses at the bottom of the well, and resentful moans could be heard echoing from there. And about halfway down the well, there was a different tunnel, which was a secret passage leading into the distant mountains. That bit was from Mion's telling of the story. It was probably an amalgamation of tellings from different relatives. The room was supposed to be a huge secret, but everyone got loose lips at the chance to have fun scaring the young successor. Mion, do you remember one of our relatives talking about a hidden well a long time ago? There's supposed to be a hidden well somewhere in this underground torture room, and it's connected to a secret passage. Did you hear some noise earlier? That was me whipping the old lady. Mion didn't reply, but I saw her bite her lip. Don't worry, I won't whip you. But if you don't cooperate, I might punish her some more. Next time I won't use a whip. Down at the end. Do you see a cell in the darkness? It's in there. Mion pointed weakly. I walked down to where her finger indicated. A light bulb lit up the cell. It was a lot smaller than the one Mion was in. It was very shallow, and I didn't even need to open the door to see how tiny it was. Of course, there's no well in there. I became angry, assuming that she lied to me, but after considering it, I didn't actually think she would at this point. I opened the door and walked in. I noticed something immediately. There was an opening right in the middle of the cell. This opening was naturally disguised. The way the rocks and shadows were positioned perfectly hid the well. The tip of a rock inside of the cell concealed the entrance. Unless you went in, you'd never notice. But it was such a shallow cell that nobody would even think of going in. Besides, the bars allow you to see the inside well enough. The cell's not even a few meters deep, so it would only take a glance to see everything. Nobody would think of unlocking the door and walking in. But walking in was the only way anyone could find the well. Furthermore, there were many cells in this huge cave. Who'd think one of them was hiding a secret well? The inside of the well was dark. I couldn't see anything, but every little noise I made produced echoes. I could tell this was a very deep well. I brought a flashlight from the torture room and shone it down the well. It almost looked more like a vertical tunnel. Obviously a man-made one at that. There were wedges on the wall, like a ladder, and they looked as if they were inviting me to descend. It's kind of ironic that the secret escape route from an underground torture room ended up being a well that takes you even further down. You had no way of knowing whether it would take you to freedom or to hell. Furthermore, there were tortured bodies of past victims at the bottom, who would be able to go down this well without hesitation. Nobody in their right mind could go down this well to look for a secret tunnel, hearing the voices of the dead all the while. Have you ever gone down that well, Mion? I've never even wanted to. I feel the same way. Why would I go down the well when they toss the victims of this torture room? Where they toss the victims of this torture room? I'm in a cave. Sorry. I went back to the torture room and then returned to the cave, pushing the wheelchair containing the hag. Mion screamed. Sion, are you going to push Granny down the well? No, I'm not. I'm just dumping her body. She's dead. Rest assured, I didn't torture her to death. It was probably the stun gun. Maybe her heart failed. I could just leave her body here, but I don't want it to rot, you know? Could you? Hey, do you want to take care of her even now that she's dead? Maybe you can use chopsticks to pick maggots off her body. Huh? Mion covered her ears and shook her head. Everything I said seemed to bother Mion. Her own life wasn't guaranteed at this point. Sion, why did you do this? Let's see. Why do you think? Nobody said anything for a while, but the silence was soon broken. Satoshi? Is this revenge? I don't know if it was really revenge, since it happened so quickly. I'm sure she died without even feeling a thing. Hey, Mion, now that I think about it, I did have a reason to kill Grandma. Do you know what it was? It wasn't just because she killed Satoshi-kun. It's because she lied! I slapped the hag's head. You said it too. You told me that if I ripped out my nails, she would forgive everyone! That's why I ripped out 3 of my nails! I did what you told me to, right? But she didn't keep her promise. She made Satoshi-kun disappear! Why? What was that for? I continued to slap the hag's head. Her blood was all over my hand by then, and it felt gross. I tried to wipe it off on her clothes, but her hair got on my hand. I ran to the sink in the torture room and washed my hands with a brush. Oh, whoops. When I was done, I went back to Mion's cell. After Satoshi-kun disappeared, you came over and told me. You said the relationship between me and Satoshi-kun was forgiven. You also said that the Sonozaki main house had nothing to do with Satoshi-kun's disappearance. Yeah, You lied! Lied. 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 My shouts echoed throughout the cave. I was breathing heavily. I felt like I used up all of the air in my lungs. I believe you don't know anything. You weren't even sure if the old lady actually trusted you. But I don't know if she forgave Satoshi-kun because of what I did. She wouldn't have told you the truth. The hag didn't keep her promise. She said she'd forgive everyone, but she lied. She didn't forgive. She didn't forgive Satoshi-kun. Liar, 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 liar! Damn it! Damn it! Give me back Satoshi-kun! I want him back! I want him! I want him! I want him! I want him! I kicked the hag's leg repeatedly. Each time I kicked, the wheelchair made a squeaky noise. I ran out of breath and kneeled down. Mion was still covering her ears and was now shaking. There were tears in her eyes. Sorry to scare you. Sorry about that. If you really don't know, I won't torment you. Don't worry. But if you were ever lying to me, well, you'll have to accept whatever comes your way. You know what I mean? Ooh, boy. Fun Steam achievement there. Oh, thank you, ERA. I appreciate it. Notebook page 183.
I wasn't planning to kill the hag so quickly. I was going to kill her anyway, but it was too soon. People would normally assume that the Sonozaki family operates as a hierarchy, but that's not true. It's actually more like a system of government. Several ministries stem from the main family, and each forms a hierarchy of its own. These ministries don't communicate with one another. The people who belong to a given ministry don't know what other ministries are doing. That way, the Sonozaki family's dealings are kept perfectly secret. Of course, the most important people in the family govern several ministries. They know, of course, about their own ministries. And they know a little bit about the ministries their relatives run, but none of them know everything. There are ministries that work in the open. There are ministries that work unseen. And then there are some smaller ones that Oreo runs herself. Mion seems to know about most of them, but she doesn't necessarily know them all. In fact, she didn't know about the curse. Considering that, the fact that the hag died before I could interrogate her is a huge loss.
Notebook page 185.
The head of the Kimiyoshi family was the one who called the main house most often after the 5th year's curse. My father called the second most. My parents were still high in the hierarchy, but the stir caused by my mother's disownment still hung over us, so we got treated as outcasts. So the fact that my father received so many calls proved how much the hag valued us despite the distance at which we were kept, demonstrating her own two-faced respect for both sides of the coin. My father seems to be in charge of the Intelligence Bureau. He reported police information, gossip, and rumors going around in the Yakuza business to the hag. He silences, stirs, and distorts that information at her request. By the way, my servant Kasai is an old friend of my father's. That must be why Kasai knows many things. But I don't know if my father is involved in the curse's execution. My assumption is that although he gathered information on the police investigation about the case, he wasn't involved in the execution itself. The fact that my father and the hag have this close connection isn't widely known. People know that she uses his information network, but they don't look very far beyond that. In the same way, it's possible that a curse execution team exists under the hag's direct control. People just aren't aware of it.
Alright. Let's keep going into hell! Arabaki Gaming with the $5. Shion might be fucked up, but I hate Oreo. All of my homies hate that old Sonozaki hag. That's true. Absolutely true. I was having such a happy dream. Satoshi-kun was in the dream. He was leading his normal, everyday life. He was back on the baseball team. Iria and I acted normally around him, because we knew that that's how mature people should act. We welcomed him back, as if he had been here with us the whole time. Although he hits well in practice sessions, he still doesn't do well in a real game. Come on, Satoshi-kun. 3 strikes already? I'm cheering for you. Then Satoshi-kun pouted as he mumbled. I felt tears pouring down my face. Satoshi-kun. Satoshi-kun. The happy dream faded out with my sobs. The harder I tried to focus on it, the faster it faded. Soon it was all gone. I could see the bright morning sun through a crack in the curtains. I was in Mion's room at the Sonozaki house. When did I come back? I was crouching in the corner of the room and crying. A dream is a dream. I wished I hadn't woken up. But one must wake up from a dream. We live in a world where there are no dreams, and that's why we always wake up. But I wasn't sure if I was the only one dreaming that dream, because I felt like Satoshi-kun was right beside me. Satoshi-kun, did you come back? There was no reply. That was the rule. If it was Satoshi-kun, I wish it'd smile at me just once. But Satoshi-kun's presence faded away, as if he were never there to begin with. I heard the phone ring by the front door. That's right. I was the only one in the house now. I had to answer it. I got up to walk to the front door. I felt unsteady, so I put my hand on the wall to support myself. I hardly got any sleep. It was like I had a bad cold. The phone continued to ring. I probably didn't have to answer it, actually. But I was still half asleep, and all I could think of was answering the phone.
Hello, Sonozaki residence.
Sorry.
Oh, wait. I don't know why I'd put the filter on her. Anyway.
Sorry to call so early. It's Kimiyoshi. Is your grandma still sleeping?
It was Uncle Kimiyoshi. She is, yes. I guess she's still tired from yesterday. I think I'll let her sleep in.
Yeah, you probably should. Mion-chan, you're going to school, right? Can I leave a message with you?
Sure. What is it?
Let's see. There will be an emergency meeting regarding the incident from yesterday. It'll be at the Shrine's Assembly Hall starting at 5 p.m. Did you get that?
Yes. I'll give her the message. As soon as I put the phone down, it rang again. Hello, Sonozaki residence.
Good morning. Sorry to call you so early. This is Kasai. Is this Mion-san? Good morning.
Kasai-san. Good morning.
Is Shion-san still there?
I wasn't panicked, but I hesitated. I could tell him no. Or I could play both Mion and Shion. Shion was washing her face just now. I'll get her for you. I decided to play two parts. I went back and forth down the hallway and picked up the phone again. Kasai? Morning.
Good morning, Shion-san. Are you going to school today?
Of course not. I feel miserable.
I kind of expected that. By the way, how are you getting back to Okinomiya? I can have someone come pick you up.
I think I can get a ride from Uncle Kimiyoshi or somebody else. Don't worry, I'll figure something out.
Your father told me to make sure that you go to school often enough. I'd appreciate your cooperation.
I'll go when I feel like it. By the way, Kasai, did you hear?
What about?
You know, the incident from last night.
Yes, I have. How truly horrifying.
All the past victims were war criminals from the dam conflict, right? But it's different this year. What do you think about that?
I don't really know.
Kasai wasn't the type to talk too much. If it was about something complicated, he usually responded like that. Do you know why those two fell under the curse of Oyashiro-sama?
No.
I heard this last night. Supposedly, they snuck into the ritual storehouse during the festival. They used a metal wire or something to unlock the door. Kasai went silent for a while. I held my breath while waiting to see how he responded. I expected him to say he couldn't believe those people were chosen as victims just for sneaking into a storehouse. I expected him to say that it was just too unrealistic.
I see. That was stupid of them.
Since Tomitake-san was an outsider, I bet he didn't know. I went along with Kasai, but I felt disturbed on the inside. Kasai didn't wonder why breaking into the ritual storehouse would justify their deaths. I'd known Kasai for a long time, which is why I knew there was a heavy meaning to what he said.
By the way, Kasai.
Oh, goddammit, I did it again. I'm sorry. By the way, Kasai, actually, I did it too.
Did you go in?
Yeah.
You went in the ritual storehouse, Shion-san.
Yeah. Takano-san invited me. Takano-san, Tomitake-san, and remember Keiichi who just moved here recently? Him and me, to make 4 of us. I heard Kasai sighing heavily. Even though he didn't say a word, I could tell he was shocked. I'd never known him to act this way before.
Shion-san, don't you remember what happened last year? How do you think you can take care of this?
Last year it was 3 nails, so maybe 5 this year? Sorry. I wasn't trying to make light of the situation. I knew I shouldn't have done it. I regret it at least a little. But is it really that terrible a thing to do?
You're related to the Sonozaki main family. Do you really think people would understand?
But I've been living in Okinomiya all my life. Since the old woman hated me, I've barely been to Hinamizawa. Besides, I was stuck at school. How would I know about any of that? I heard another sigh from Kasai. That sigh told me my excuses would be useless.
Shion-san, I am your ally. I want to support you as much as I can. But there are dangers even I can't protect you from. Besides,
Sorry, Sis is here. I've gotta go. See ya! Click. I interrupted Kasai and hung up. I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to hear Kasai reject me. He who had been my ally all my life. Shit. Damn it. Ashnum with the 10 pounds. Thanks so much for the streams. I've been enjoying them so much as I've been drawing. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying them. I could hear the sound of the cicadas. The sound made it feel like I was being cooked on a huge frying pan, making a sizzling noise. I couldn't help feeling remorseful. Now I knew that sneaking into the ritual storehouse wasn't a laughing matter, but I really didn't know it at the time. Sure, the door was locked, so they didn't want anyone to go in. Then why did they change the lock? What did they say? I think it was that Rika-chama said that the previous lock was too heavy for her, so she had it changed to that cheap one. That was how Takano-san broke in. If the heavy lock was still there, this wouldn't have happened. I slapped my own forehead. Then I took a deep breath. I had to calm down. What was the point of fussing now? I'd already passed the point of no return. There was no use of thinking otherwise. The hag was already dead. Even if she wasn't, she was now at the bottom of a well. Therefore, it was already past the point where I could just cut my fingers off in apology. I felt so unstable. I'd walked on the fence around the swings at the park before, as if I was walking on a tightrope. It was fun because even if I fell, it was only a very short distance. But it wouldn't have been fun if I were really up high. At that very moment, I was in fact already on a tightrope that was a lot higher than the fence at the park. As soon as I took a step, the rope behind me would vanish. I couldn't step back because there was nothing behind me. That was, in short, the current situation I found myself in. Just standing in one spot was all I could do. Even if I never took another step, I'd fall if I wasn't careful. If I forced myself to walk, the danger would only increase. But if I didn't move, I would fall eventually. I couldn't see what was ahead of me. There was no guarantee that I'd ever find firm ground. But if I stopped, there was only one fate waiting for me. I have to move onward. If staying here guaranteed death, then I'd rather try to walk, even if I'd die as a result. Even if there was a dead end ahead of me, at least I tried my hardest. In general, I try to be optimistic. I could accept my life not lasting particularly long, but I wouldn't go easily. I'd struggle as much as possible. I'd already killed the hag. For that, there could be no other punishment than death. I knew my life would end soon. In other words, I was actually already dead. A dead person has nothing to lose. That means I can only go on the offensive. I clenched my fists tightly as I muttered. Even if I had to die, I couldn't die easily. This was my chance to avenge Satoshi-kun. Who did it? Who did it? For what purpose? And why? I was going to investigate. I was going to question. I was going to expose. Yes, I was going to settle the score. I'd carry out the plan I came up with yesterday. I could hide the hag's death somehow. All I'd have to say was that she hadn't been feeling well since Watanagashi. I could do it all while pretending to be Mion. Just in case her friends at school became suspicious, maybe I'd start telling them that I hadn't been feeling well either. In fact, I did feel groggy from my lack of sleep. When I became Mion, Shion would automatically disappear. I'd already told Kasai that I snuck into the shrine storage, so he'd probably end up telling people that I was demoned away, due to the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The last person I'd have to think about was the fourth one who snuck into the ritual storehouse, Keiichi Maibara. Maybe I can use him as bait to lure out the enemy. Sorry, Kei-chan. You're going to be my bait. I felt a little bad since I was starting to like him. With all that figured out, let's go to school. I'd gone to school as Mion before, so I knew how things worked. It was almost time to leave the house.
Mi-chan! You're late!
You waited? You should have gone on ahead.
Hey, Mion, your face is red. You're breathing heavily, too.
Mi-chan, are you not feeling well? Rena put her hand on my forehead. Rena, your hand is pretty cold. Mi-chan, you're a little bit warm. It's no big deal. Give it half a day and I'll be as fit as a fiddle.
Are you really okay? You don't have to push yourself, you know.
What's this? Kei-chan, are you worried about me? That's nice of you. I'd always thought he was a goofball, so I was a little surprised. I thought that they would tease me, but they didn't.
I just think that you shouldn't push yourself so hard. We can tell the teacher you had to take the day off.
I'm fine. I took some medicine. I think it's already working.
Okay, then let's go. Don't overdo it, but of course there's the time.
What? We need to run or we won't make
it! This morning got pretty thrilling. Maybe it's just what I need to shake off this sluggishness. Let's run! President, if you would. Everybody stand! At attention! I'd made the same mistake before. I never learned, do I?
Do you think Mi-chan is doing okay? She doesn't look good.
Oh, really?
How unfortunate.
It was a good idea to make them believe I was sick. Even if I did things differently from Mion, I had an excuse.
Well, you know, girls have those days when they just don't feel well.
I don't have those days.
Nipa!
Mion's friends kept each other occupied and left me alone. Keiichi Maibara. He might suddenly disappear one day. I couldn't let that happen. That would be like letting a fish take the bait and swim away while I was fast asleep with a fishing pole in my hands. I couldn't miss the moment the enemy took a bite out of Keiichi. I had to be very careful. But it was impossible to keep my eyes on him 24 hours a day. Spying on him at school like this wasn't good enough. Should I have him meet with Shion and let her explain that she's in danger? Maybe we could set up a strategy together. I think that Keiichi realized how serious a crime it was to step into the ritual storehouse. I hadn't, after all. Since last year, all the incidents that related to the curse had probably been investigated in secret. People involved with the three families would know about the incident from last night, but Keiichi shouldn't know anything. If he knew where he stood now, he'd be more cautious too. That should make him aware of his surroundings, and maybe he would notice if anything odd took place. The teacher caught him sleeping, so she ordered him to go wash his face. He walked out into the hallway. I was sleepy too. I had to be alert, but I couldn't clear my mind due to my lack of sleep. I decided to go home early. Since I'd been pretending to be sick since morning, my request was approved. As I exited the building, I saw Keiichi washing his face. I thought you'd be out here. Feels better outside, huh?
Mion?
No cutting class now. It looked like it felt refreshing for him to wash his face with cold water. I washed my face too. but it didn't feel as good as it looked.
Mion, how's your cold doing? You're sleepy because of the medicine, not from lack of sleep, yeah?
Actually, this is a secret, but after the festival yesterday, I got wrapped up in my party my relatives were having, and well, I had a bit. I pretended to drink with an invisible glass.
Are you hungover? How old are you?
Keiichi exaggerated his reaction, but he still seemed worried.
Okay, later. I'm going back. Be careful on your way home. Don't wobble into a sewer or a brook, got it?
Keiichi turned around to go back to the classroom. Oh, one more thing, Kei-chan. I stopped Keiichi. He, in response, turned around.
What's up?
This may sound weird, but don't think too hard about it.
Well, it depends on what it is.
Last night, near the end of the festival. Did you see Tomitake-san or Takano-san anywhere? I noticed Keiichi's body tense up. His reaction proved that he felt guilty about sneaking into the ritual storehouse. He was frightened that Mion Sonozaki might know about it. I guess this was enough to give him a certain impression of Mion Sonozaki. You know Tomitake-san and Takano-san, don't you? You remember, Kei-chan, when the four of you were talking during the setup the day before? I could clearly see how dismayed Keiichi felt. He was trying to come up with an excuse.
I can't remember. I might have seen them. Or not.
He was both a bad liar and a bad actor. He wasn't really that intelligent at all. Well, that would make him a suitable friend for Mion. He was just a brat, unlike Satoshi-kun. Although when it came to lying and acting, Satoshi-kun was about at the same level. Maybe Keiichi should be credited for at least trying to tell a lie. Satoshi-kun wouldn't have even said a thing. I didn't need to be thinking about him right now.
I see. Then one more question. On the same night, did you see Shion?
This was a very mean question. Keiichi was perplexed, as I'd expected.
Didn't you ask me that yesterday? I think I told you that I wasn't sure if I had or not.
I'd asked him that yesterday? He must have meant that Mion Sonozaki asked him that question. In other words, she asked him that after he left the storehouse and got back together with his friends. Damn you, Mion. When I asked her, she said she had no idea we went into the ritual storehouse. Shit.
Did you? I guess I just thought I'd get a different answer if I asked you again. Why are you so intent on knowing if I did or not?
He was getting defensive. Keiichi couldn't hide his panic as he flared up at me.
It's not important. It's just that there are some people who were speaking poorly of Tomitake-san, Takano-san, Shion, and you, Kei-chan. I didn't really hear what they were saying, though.
Keiichi was really perplexed now. This wasn't fun at all, but it could still be an interesting game.
I don't believe that you were doing something bad. I just wanted to ask a bit about it, so I did. Sorry for making you uncomfortable, okay?
I made sure Keiichi felt a sense of crisis, then left. Nobody can tell us apart. We're Mion and Shion, perfect twins. Notebook page 186. When I returned to the Sonozaki house, I saw a woman with an apron on. It was a housekeeper. Her name was Shimiko-san. The hag had a few housekeepers who took care of the chores around the house. Ah, Mion-chan. I'm glad you're here. Hey, Shimiko-san. Can I help you? Today was her turn to come help out at the house. She'd arrived, but the gate was locked and she couldn't get in. She'd called, but there was no answer, so she had just been standing there, not knowing what to do. Something must have happened to Granny at the festival. She's been in an evil mood ever since last night. I see. Shimiko-san tried to remember if she had done something wrong. She isn't ignoring you. She's just sleeping. She was up until very late, so I bet she can't wake up yet. You know how she is, right? Once she gets into this mood, it'll take a long time for her to be happy again. Yes, that's too bad. I think it might be better that you don't show up for a while. Even if you don't mean to upset her, Granny might take it the wrong way. Just let me take care of it. I see. Are you sure? I'm very grateful, though. Sorry to make you do this, but could you let the other housekeepers know that they don't need to come for a while either? When Granny feels better, I'll give you a call. So let's just leave her alone for now. Shimiko-san bowed and then left on her bicycle. Anyone who had ever experienced Granny's wrath would understand. I headed into Mion's room, set her an alarm clock for 2 p.m., and crawled into her bed. I needed to recover quickly. I had to be sharp, calm, and cool-headed. School should be out by 2 p.m. Maybe I'd get in touch with Keiichi. I'd have to call him. There would also be a staff meeting at the Furude Shrine Assembly Hall in the evening. All of the leaders of the 3 families, their relatives, and the town council members would gather at this meeting. They were all authority figures in Hinamizawa. I'd be attending in place of the hag, who was sick. I'd worry about the rest when I got there. People shouldn't notice that Mion and the hag were missing for a long time. I didn't need to worry, as I had plenty of time. I checked the alarm once more, then fell asleep as if someone switched me off.
Hello?
This is Sonozaki. Well, the younger one. Hello. Do you have time to talk right now?
Shion, I thought you'd be sleeping in today with a hangover, same as Mion.
What? My sis had a hangover? That's so like her. Keiichi had no idea that the Mion he saw earlier was actually me. He didn't notice what when we talked in person, so there's no way he would notice on the phone. I never knew that playing 2 roles would be so much fun. To feel such enjoyment in this game of life or death, maybe I was getting used to this situation, or maybe my senses had gone numb.
Whoops, sorry. My parents are waiting for an important call, so I can't talk for too long. What do you need?
There's something I wanted to talk about, but if we can't talk long, I guess that's that.
Then how about we meet up in person? If you could show me where the library is too, that'd be great.
You mean the public library near the station? Yes, that's fine. I'll go there on my way to work anyway. We decided to meet in Okinomiya. It wasn't easy to get there from Hinamizawa, but I had to hurry. I couldn't run into Keiichi as he was heading there himself. I recalled that the key to the hag's motorcycle was in her secret drawer. The hag usually got driven around for public events, but when she had her own errands, she rode on her motorcycle. Keiichi, I assumed, was going to ride his bicycle. I tried to get to Okinomiya before he did. It's very fun to, revisit these conversations from Watanagashi from the other side of the perspective, and also just for the novelty of it. It's kind of fun to hear Keiichi's voice on the phone filter. Keiichi arrived quite a bit later than me. Motorcycles are faster, after all. There were hardly any traffic lights to worry about on the way here, either. Wow, Mio never keeps her appointments. I mean, honestly. Making my sister the standard for everything will get you in trouble. You're a little unsteady. You didn't get much sleep last night either, did you? Don't try to hide it. You definitely went home from school early. Oh, too bad. I've actually been at home all day from the beginning. I'm smarter than my sis, after all. Hey, now. I don't think you can call playing hooky smarter. You should finish your errands first. We don't have that much time. We're going to the library, right? Yeah, thanks. My mom had to return some books by today. Is the library far? No, it's right nearby. Jadariel with the Canadian $2. I demand art of the hag cycle. Honestly, yeah, I would love to see Oreo motorcycle fan art. That would be pretty funny. I meant it when I said we didn't have much time. I had to hurry a little. I was just going to talk to him on the phone, but I ended up coming all the way to Okinomiya. After our talk, Keiichi would slowly head back to Hinamizawa on his bicycle. I'd have to rush back there while making sure I didn't run into him. Otherwise, I couldn't make it on time for the meeting. Maybe I could be a little late, but since I needed to hear everything they were going to discuss, I didn't want to be. This was the Shishibone Public Library. It was sizable, filled with a collection of moldy, smelly books. But they did have air conditioning, and it was quiet. It was the perfect place for when you wanted to be alone. After Satoshi-kun disappeared last year, I came here a lot to think about various things. This was where I first met Takano-san. I didn't want to run into her with Keiichi in tow, but then I remembered that she was already dead. The first floor of the building was occupied by government offices. The library itself was on the second floor, so we had to walk up a huge staircase to go there. I tasted cool air on my skin as soon as I walked through the automated door. I don't remember a moped being mentioned, Rahela. Or if they did, she wouldn't have had it at the main house anyway. Unlike outside, it was very quiet in here. The room temperature was both comfortable and suitable for books. I could smell the scent of old pages.
All libraries smell the same.
Writer for Life 724 with the $5. After Chapter 8, I'd love to hear what chat thinks where chat thinks each character would say the F word each chapter if they don't already. Well, like a Breaking Bad season rule? You get one per arc. Keiichi walked up to the return table after he said so. Because it was a weekday, there was hardly anyone around. It really was quiet. I was going to chat about some ordinary things, and then move on to the main subject. After Keiichi returned the books, I invited him to the inner section of the library. Keiichi knew Mion well, but he didn't know me at all. He showed an interest in our life story. This was exactly where Takano-san told me about the true history of Hinamizawa a year ago. I was about to tell Keiichi about things that were very similar to that. Did God have a sense of irony?
Now that you mention it, the toy store looked like it was managed by a relative as well. Does that mean they operate Angel Mort too?
I told him the reason why the Sonozaki family was so powerful in this area. I assumed that since Keiichi came from the city, there was a good chance he couldn't even begin to understand how one old family could literally control an entire area. Unless I explained to him how powerful the Sonozaki family was, he wouldn't understand what kind of danger was barreling towards him. The family is particularly strong in finance and real estate. Even a lot of members of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry either have the last name Sonozaki or are their relatives. There are Sonozakis in the city council and the prefectural assembly too, since they have the Okonomiya area giving them strong electoral support.
Wait a minute. This is all escalating pretty quickly. Your relatives operate shops in downtown Okonomiya, and they're especially strong in finance and real estate? On top of that, a lot of people in the Chamber of Commerce and Industry are relatives, and there are even some elected to local offices?
Keiichi counted with his fingers. He was clearly surprised to hear all about the Sonozaki family. It seemed he was flexible enough to accept even something that sounded outrageous to him. He was starting to understand things, although slowly. The way he viewed Shion Sonozaki was changing little by little too. That should be enough background information. Now I could go on to explain about how Mion Sonozaki, the successor. Then I'd change the subject, like Takano-san did with me. I'd go on to talk about the curse of Oyashiro-sama and the series of mysterious deaths.
So then, the Sonozaki family, it's pretty famous in this area? Yep. Crazy, isn't it?
A fat man with a cigarette suddenly cut into our conversation. Oishi? Why was he here?
Hello. Good afternoon. You on a date today? Yeah, what I wouldn't give to be young again.
If you thought we were on a date, then why were you bothering us, Oishi-san? What timing? It couldn't be coincidence. I knew this man too well. He was crafty, sly, and clever. His presence here can't just be a coincidence. Did he see us somewhere in town and follow us? But why? Did he need something from me, Keiichi, or perhaps the both of us? From what I could guess, I didn't think that it was me he wanted something from. It was almost like he was trying to keep Keiichi away from me. Oishi was aware I gave false testimony to protect Satoshi-kun last year. Maybe he didn't think he could talk to Keiichi if I was around. Why did Oishi need to talk to Keiichi? It must be about the incident from yesterday. I'm sure there were plenty of plainclothes officers at the festival, so they had to have seen who was the last with the victims. In other words, Keiichi and me. But Oishi knew I was hard to deal with. That was why he was focusing on Keiichi at the present. Why did he have to show up at a time like this?
Maibara-san, right? You're one tough guy. Two-timing the Sonozaki sisters, are you?
No, I'm not two-timing anyone.
Keiichi looked at me, hoping for assistance. He blushed. The way he panicked reminded me of Satoshi. Satoshi-kun. That aside, this wasn't going well. Oishi might even start talking about my relationship with Satoshi-kun. I didn't want him to, nor did I want Keiichi to have any preconceptions. Oishi took a quick glance at me. His eyes told me something. He was purposefully talking about the things I'd rather not talk about. He was basically telling me to leave, or he'd continue on to something that was worse than what they were currently talking about. He didn't use words, but his eyes clearly communicated that anyway. Damn that big fat weasel. I'm sorry, Kei-chan. I really do need to get to my job.
Huh? Oh, you do?
I realized that I wouldn't achieve anything like this, even if I stayed longer, so I used my part-time job as an excuse to leave. Oishi looked at me and grinned. Damn it. He won today, but I'll win next time.
Wait, didn't you have something you wanted to talk about today, Shion?
Yep, I'll see you later. Oh, I'll give you a call after I'm done. It'll be okay to call you at night, right?
Yeah, probably okay.
Then I'll talk to you later tonight. Bye!
It is pretty interesting with the additional context that, like, you know, before it just kind of made it look like Shion was like, oh shit, I don't want to talk to the cops. Later, man, you deal with that. But in this context, while it is like, it is partly that, it's also like, oh, now that we know more about Shion's background with Oishi and like stuff that happened before this, she's literally like, if I don't leave, he's going to start talking about shit that I don't want him to talk about. And he is like purposefully getting me to try to leave.
The hag's motorcycle had become my primary means of transportation. My next stop was the staff meeting at the Furude Shrine's Assembly Hall. It was easy to imagine how a normal meeting would play out if it was just celebrating the end of Watanagashi. But today's staff meeting was likely going to be as strained as the Sonozaki family councils.
I wonder if Oishi has noticed her nails. Does she have scars? I don't know if you would if they've completely grown back by that point. Or like healed over by that point. But then again, remember that even if it was still there, that wouldn't be a way that anybody could tell her and Mion apart, because Mion also removed the exact same nails. Jeez.
Yes, this staff meeting was going to deal with the heart of Hinamizawa. I couldn't let my guard down even for a moment. I rested for a while at the house, then left for the meeting. I walked up the long stairs to the Furude Shrine. At the top, I saw some elderly men smoking in front of the hall. Since they had a minor fire a long time ago, it had been made into a non-smoking area.
Is that Mion-chan?
The head of the Kimiyoshi family, Uncle Kimiyoshi, noticed me and waved. He must not have expected Mion to come alone. Normally, it would have been either the hag by herself, or Mion tagging along as an assistant. Granny's been in a terrible mood since the incident last night. She's been staying in bed and won't even let me get near her. They all understood how troublesome she was when she was in a bad mood. They smiled bitterly in sympathy.
So you're here as the Sonozaki family representative, then. Has Oryo-san told you anything?
Sort of. What did he mean, has Oryo-san told you anything? That line by itself didn't really explain much. The staff meeting was usually led by the mayor, the head of the Kimiyoshi family, and he'd asked me as the substitute for the Sonozaki family head if I'd heard anything from her. I then realized who was supposed to lead today's staff meeting. Kimiyoshi-san. Do I really have to lead the meeting today? According to the ranking order at the family councils, any substitute for the Sonozaki family head is above the Kimiyoshi family head. In other words, I'd have to lead today's meeting. There was no way I could do that.
Don't worry. I'll do it. You can just take a seat, Mion-chan. If there's something you've heard from Oryo-san, just let us know, okay?
Kimiyoshi-san, why don't we get started? Everyone is here now. The smokers put out their cigarettes and went back into the hall. The tables were set in a horseshoe shape, and I was told to sit next to the chair reserved for the chief. The seat opposite mine was empty. Considering its location, it was probably for the Furude family head, Rika Furude, but somebody had said earlier that everybody was already here. Either Rika-chama had called in absent, or the empty seat was just a formality. Knowing the subject of this meeting, I don't think that the Furude family head would even want to attend. Even if Rika-chama actually attended, she wouldn't be able to say anything. All she'd usually do at the Sonozaki family councils was draw a picture on a notepad. She would probably end up drawing pictures in this meeting too. Besides, they probably didn't want her to hear anything unpleasant. In this way, the empty Furude family seat was easily explained. When everyone was seated, the head of the Women's Association served tea. She gave me an evil look, trying to tell me to help out. I got up and did so. After that, everyone fell quiet, and the secretary stood up.
Everyone, thank you for coming today on such short notice, despite your busy schedules. Let's start with a few words from the mayor. Go ahead, please. Please excuse me for staying seated. Ken-chan, you stay seated too. Thank you all for coming today. Also, you did a great job at Watanagashi yesterday. The festival was a great success, as usual. There weren't any mishaps. Lots of villagers came, and I believe it went great on the whole. Let me see. How many people was it? According to the Imperial General Headquarters report, approximately 5,000 people showed up.
Wahahahaha. Everyone laughed except me.
I hope we'll continue to work together to carry on this tradition. I appreciate your cooperation.
Clap, clap, clap. An applause with only 8,000 people. With only 8 people doesn't sound so great. 8,000 people, no. Okay, let's move on to today's proceedings. Kimiyoshi-san will lead the meeting today. Please applaud if you approve. Clap, clap, clap. Thank you. Then, with your approval, Mayor Kimiyoshi will take over. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Ken-chan. Let's start now. Sorry, could you close the curtains?
Everyone closed the curtains nearest to them. The sun was still up, but with all the curtains closed, the room became very dark. The village chief explained the details of the incident, as well as what went on with the police. A police vehicle discovered Tomitake-san's body on its way back to Okonomiya last night. Oishi's special curse unit was standing by, expecting something to happen for the 5th time, so they responded quickly. Since Tomitake-san and Takano-san were rarely apart, Oishi got in touch with the neighboring prefectural police departments and asked them to look for her. As a result, they found a burned body of a woman in the mountains of the Gifu prefecture, and the body was then identified as Mio Takano. Considering the circumstances, the police ended up labeling the incident as a 5th of the ongoing series of mysterious deaths. When he finished, there was dead silence. I watched to see who would speak first. Nobody said a thing. Then, I noticed Kimiyoshi-san looking at me. This was where the head of the Sonozaki family would speak.
Mion-chan, has Oryo-san said anything about this whole thing?
Everyone looked in my direction. I was sure that they could see the hag in me. I'm Mion Sonozaki, acting head of the Sonozaki family. I'm here in place of Oryo, the current head. Thank you for having me. I became Mion. I tried to become as cold and unfeeling as the Mion I witnessed a year ago. That cold version of Mion was inside of me. That was me. I was her. Unfortunately, the curse of Oyashiro-sama has come to pass for the 5th time. This is deeply regretful. Everyone was held captive by my words. I wasn't a little girl anymore. The hag was speaking through my mouth. They all heard me and trembled in fear. Does anyone know why the curse happened again this year? After my question, everyone whispered to each other. I will tell you. It was because they broke the rule of the ritual storehouse and desecrated the sacred ground within.
How dare they?
A few elderly men got up and yelled.
The fools! I can't believe this! They deserve to be killed! Oyashiro-sama, please calm your anger. Oh my, how did that happen? Oyashiro-sama, this is why we hate outsiders. They just don't think. They're just too stupid. They got what they deserved. It was their own fault.
The angry old men yelled even as they trembled in fear. Their sudden change scared me more than a little. Even Uncle Kimiyoshi, who was so usually gentle and sweet, became like a demon of war, cursing those who broke the rule of the ritual storehouse. It had become like a raging ocean inside the assembly hall. Their yells spun about like a whirlpool. They roared, crashed, and howled. Even while doing nothing but watch, I could feel myself turning pale. Mion threatened me yesterday, and Kasai had been shocked this morning. What I saw before me was similar to that. Even the sweet and gentle Uncle Kimiyoshi was saying they deserved to die. I was fearful of the sudden change in those elderly men. More than anything, the fact that they all believed that those people deserved to die for trespassing is what terrified me. It wasn't just that, of course. The real thing I was scared of was that I was one of the people that they wanted dead. In other words, it was almost like they were telling me to die of the curse. If they were to find out I snuck into the ritual storehouse, it was very possible that they would strangle me on the spot. Actually, they might not kill me that easily. By then, I was certain. The people in this room were true believers in Oyashiro-sama, just like the hag. They wouldn't hesitate to murder whoever made Oyashiro-sama angry on his behalf. Even if they didn't carry out the killing themselves, they would pretend they didn't see anything. Yes, not even if my head was cut off right in front of them. Everyone here would act in collusion and say I never attended today. If they all testified that they waited and I didn't show, I'd be demoned away. It would be far too easy for them to erase someone and have them disappear. There was no mistake. The people linking the hag and the curse were definitely here at this meeting. I continued speaking. I was Mion Sonozaki. I was on the side responsible for the curse. Therefore, at that moment, I didn't need to worry about anything. Nobody could tell the difference between Mion and me. That's what would keep me safe. Please, be silent.
Hey, quiet down!
Uncle Kimiyoshi helped me to quiet everyone, but his tone was violent. He really scared me. Everyone gradually became silent. In fact, it was 4 people who snuck into the storehouse. 2 more remain. People once more became restless upon hearing that, but Uncle Kimiyoshi yelled at them again and they settled down. Tomitake-san and Takano-san were old enough to be made responsible for their own poor judgment. As a result, the curse of Oyashiro-sama fell upon them immediately, but the other 2 were simply children. The curse has yet to fall upon them, but there will be some kind of punishment. Everyone stayed quiet that time. They had all turned genuinely pale, trying not to miss a word I said. After all, they were all thinking that the kids I mentioned could be their own relatives, or even grandchildren. They wanted to know who they were, to put their minds at ease. The other 2 who snuck into the ritual storehouse were Shion Sonozaki and Keiichi Maibara. I could feel the air getting drier. It was so dry it almost felt like it was going to start making a crackling noise. Shion Sonozaki has already. I couldn't even hear the old people breathe. I took a peek at Uncle Kimiyoshi, who was sitting next to me. He'd adored Shion as if she were his own granddaughter, but she had been demoned away. I wanted to see how distressed and sad he'd look, and when I saw his face, I felt a sensation on my back, as if my skin itself was making a cracking noise. He didn't even have an expression on his face. Uncle Kimiyoshi adored me. I loved him, and I thought he loved me too. That was why I expected him to be saddened after learning that I met with such a cruel fate. What was I thinking? The memory of his warm smile shattered inside of me. There was no way of describing the fear I experienced in that moment. In mere words. He had suddenly changed into someone I didn't even recognize. Uncle Kimiyoshi noticed me looking at him and spoke.
What about Keiichi Maibara?
Not yet. I had to take a deep breath to regain my composure. All 4 who snuck into the ritual storehouse will suffer the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Keiichi Maibara is no exception. Chilling looks, cruel looks, emotionless looks, shrewd looks, and the looks of people who were about to snap. I could feel the demons chewing my words while they stared at me with their sharp eyes. I could see some of them sticking their snake-like tongues in and out. I could see flames in some of their eyes. They were memorizing the names of the intruder the curse has yet to fall upon. And so the meeting went on. We were told not to tell the police too much, to report what they asked us, and to hold another meeting whenever something of significance happened. If something unexpected took place, we were to get in touch with either the head of the Kimiyoshi family or the head of the Sonozaki family for instructions on what to do. With those closing remarks, the meeting was over. It was already getting dark outside. Being in a valley surrounded by mountains, once the sun went down in Hinamizawa, it got dark quickly. Even if it was hot during the day, it cooled down quickly at night. The elderly people said goodbye to each other and left on their bicycles, on their motorcycles, or in their cars. Uncle Kimiyoshi waved them goodbye and started to head home himself. I called out to him. Kimiyoshi-san, do you have any plans after this? I called him Kimiyoshi-san instead of Uncle Kimiyoshi. He stopped.
No, I don't have anything planned.
Can you stop by my house?
Does Oreo-san want to see me?
Yes. She wants to talk to you about something in person.
Okay, I'll stop by.
Uncle Kimiyoshi arrived at the Sonozaki house. He often came to the house to have secret meetings with the hag, so he wasn't suspicious at all. I invited Uncle Kimiyoshi into the living room. I served him a cup of tea and told him I was going to fetch the hag. I left the room and killed some time down the hallway. Granny will be here after she gets dressed. She might take a little while.
Oh, that's okay. I'll just wait.
Uncle Kimiyoshi relaxed as he sipped his cup of tea. I sat next to him. I think she wants to talk to you about Shion. I mentioned my name and watched for his reaction. Uncle Kimiyoshi looked so grim. I couldn't even tell if he had heard me. I decided to continue speaking until he reacted in some way. You remember the incident from last year with Shion, yes? She became friendly with some people of the Hojo family.
She was forgiven. After ripping out her nails, wasn't she?
Yes, 3 nails. Uncle Kimiyoshi folded his arms and thought for a while.
Where is Shion-chan now?
In the basement.
How's she doing?
Uncle Kimiyoshi sounded worried. When I heard that, I felt relieved that Uncle Kimiyoshi was on my side. His anger in the assembly hall was just an act.
She's been crying. Mion-chan, tell me, what is Audio-san going to do with Shion-chan?
She hasn't told me any details. As you know, Granny becomes awfully quiet when she's truly furious.
Going into the ritual storehouse, huh? Furthermore, it's her own granddaughter. That's a tough decision to make.
Uncle Kimiyoshi thought that the hag must be unsure of what to do with Shion. What do you think? What do you think will happen to Shion?
Well, I'm sure it will be far more than just 3 nails this time. Knowing how Oryo-san is, she won't hold back just because it's her granddaughter. Actually, she might even be more harsh, especially because they're related.
Yes, she did go into the ritual storehouse. That's not something that can be forgiven so easily.
Indeed. It is sacred after all.
But in a way, maybe it's not fair to Shion. She's been away from Hinamizawa, as you know. I'm sure she knew that she wasn't supposed to trespass in the ritual storehouse, but maybe she didn't know how forbidden it was.
Yeah, that's true. Poor Shion-chan.
Other than the tattoo on my back, how would you tell the difference between Shion and me? There isn't one. There's no point in distinguishing between Mion and Shion in the first place. Twins are proof of bad luck. One should be eliminated as soon as they're born. Such is the family precept. The hag actually put her hands around my neck right after I came out of the womb. That's how the story went, at least. In the end, the hag didn't kill me, but instead pretended I didn't exist. She forced herself to call one of us Mion and the other Shion. She adored Mion and hated Shion. My sister and I never understood why we had to go through that. We didn't care who was Mion or Shion. So one day, we came up with an idea. We decided to share the joy Mion experienced and the sadness Shion experienced. We often switched places. We were both Mion, and at the same time, we were both Shion. Adults around us tried to put different clothes on us or style our hair differently so they could tell us apart. That was nonsense. No matter what they did to us, all we had to do was switch places, and nobody could tell us apart. Finally, they decided that we switch places because we were always together. On that day, Shion got to go to an amusement park. Since then, we've been separated.
Mion-chan.
I can't even imagine what will happen to Shion. Whatever it is Granny decides to do, I'm not in a position to say anything about it. She doesn't listen to her relatives.
You're right. That's something Oryo-san needs to work on.
If Shion wasn't Shion Sonozaki, she would have been dead a long time ago. I can't even begin to imagine what kind of punishment might be equal to death. Even if she isn't killed, she'll probably never see the light of day again. In other words, she'll be demoned away.
Mion-chan. Does Shion-chan regret what she's done?
Yes. In response, Uncle Kimiyoshi tapped my shoulder and then slapped his own chest. He smiled reliably.
Don't worry. If Shion-chan feels bad about what she's done, she won't be demoned away. Leave it to me.
Really?
I'm sure Oryo-san will be furious to hear me say anything. But I won't give up. I'll explain to her that Shion-chan regrets what she's done, and I'll beg for her forgiveness.
Tears began to fall from my eyes. I knew it. Uncle Kimiyoshi was my ally after all. He said that he would forgive Shion. He was my ally. I was so very happy. Are you sure? Are you sure she won't be demoned away like Satoshi Hojo-kun was last year? Uncle Kimiyoshi smiled reliably again and told me.
He was a brat of the Hojo family. This is Shion-chan of the Sonozaki family we're talking about here. Of course she'll be forgiven.
Huh? A brat of the Hojo family. Are you talking about Satoshi-kun? Last year's victim?
Those Hojo people. They were traitors who tried to sell out the whole village. Of course he got demoned away. He was a Hojo after all. The Hojo people should all be cursed. Only people like them get demoned away. Shion-chan will be okay. It won't happen to someone like her.
Uncle, didn't
Didn't Shion take care of that for Satoshi-kun last year? Wasn't he supposed to be forgiven?
Take care of that? What do you mean?
Remember? 3 nails. She removed 3 of her nails. Kasai-san, Uncle Yoshiro, and then Satoshi-kun, 3 people. She removed 3 nails for 3 people.
Huh? Oh, so that was why it was 3 nails, huh?
Huh? What?
Wasn't that the significance of those 3 nails?
Yeah, you're right. There were 3 people involved, hence the 3 nails. I heard that too, but
What?
Kasai-san, Yoshiro-san, and Shion-chan. That makes 3.
What?
What? Huh? What? I endured excruciating pain. The first one was my left pinky, then the right finger, then the ring finger, and then the middle finger. People held me down so I couldn't move, but I endured. I had to endure 3 nails. I didn't know which nail was for Satoshi-kun. If my middle finger was for Satoshi-kun, I'd have to endure until the middle finger was done, so that Satoshi-kun would be forgiven. That was why I endured. Even Mion said afterwards, everything was forgiven. Huh? 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 Mion, didn't you say Satoshi-kun was forgiven? Didn't you? That's what I heard. I think that's what I heard. Or did I? Huh? 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 I felt the air move. There shouldn't have been a breeze in that room, but I felt it anyway. The cool air stroked the back of my neck. That was when my true self stood right behind me and nodded. Although there was no wind, my hair billowed. The burning wickedness buried deep inside my eyes became visible. Why do you think Satoshi Hojo-kun got demoned away? Satoshi-kun's parents did in fact try to sell out the village. They deserved the curse of Oyashiro-sama. But Satoshi-kun was simply their son. What has he done?
Mion-chan?
I'm asking you what kind of crime Satoshi-kun committed. You said earlier that he deserved to be demoned away because he was born of the Hojo family. What has he done to deserve being demoned away? Kimiyoshi didn't know what to say to the sudden question. He seemed dismayed. I didn't hear her say it, but I know. It was Oryo Sonozaki's decision. She decided that the curse of Oyashiro-sama would fall upon the Hojos.
Wait, Mion-chan, that's not true.
Didn't she decide that?
No, she didn't. The curse of Oyashiro-sama falling upon the Hojo family. I do remember talking about something like that, but we never decided that. Nobody did.
Then why did you say, because he was one of the Hojos earlier?
Sorry, Mion-chan. That was... I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry.
That's just it. Anything that happens to the Hojo family is the curse. As long as somebody has the Hojo name, nobody cares about what happens to that person. That idea spread like a virus among the villagers. It didn't matter if Satoshi-kun did anything or not. Because he was a Hojo, he was filthy. That infection of the idea is the entire problem. And all you believed in that idea. You couldn't even think straight anymore. I can't forgive you. I can't let someone like you exist. People like you cornered Satoshi-kun and his family. Poor Satoshi-kun. What has he done? He hasn't done anything. He was a Hojo, that's all. What kind of crime is that? Where did the curse fall upon him? What kind of crime has he committed? Yeah! Kimiyoshi's upper body bent backward and fell onto the floor. That was that. I put my stun gun back in my pocket.
Sorry, Shion. What was that you just said?
Apparently, Takano-san and Tomitake-san died last night. Takano-san was found burned to death. Tomitake-san was... well, it looked like a suicide. I found out this morning. I heard my father talking to a relative on the phone about it. As I thought, Keiichi didn't know anything about what happened after the festival last night. Of course, it's not getting reported by the media. That's how it was in the past, too. Keiichi insisted that unless he heard about it on the news, it couldn't be real. But the investigations into the series of mysterious deaths are done in secret now. Of course he didn't hear about it on the news.
I hear the mayor and several important politicians from the Sonozaki family put all the pressure they could on the police.
Then you mean their deaths are going to be dealt with in total secrecy?
That's how it is. Of course, the police are still investigating. That's being performed in secret too, so I hear the investigation itself is very restricted in what it can and can't do. You could essentially say that they're interfering with the police investigation.
I can't believe this. People died, and yet they're dealing with everything in secret.
If we break it down further, it means that no matter who dies on the night of Watanagashi, it won't go public.
That's the biggest pile of bullshit I've ever heard.
Kei-chan, remember how I said before that the villagers could be the ones carrying out Oyashiro-sama's curse? That's what I mean. At some point, a tradition was created here in Hinamizawa, where every year you're allowed to kill someone on the night of Watanagashi. Yes, that's the truth about the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, also known as Oyashiro-sama's curse. On the day of Watanagashi, 2 people will be killed. The perpetrators are using the curse of Oyashiro-sama as an excuse to kill one victim and make another disappear. That's why the curse of Oyashiro-sama takes place. That's what happens in Hinamizawa, and that's what happens with the curse. What Kimiyoshi said is all true. Infecting everyone with the idea that the enemy from the dam conflict deserved to die was the root of all of this. That was the system of vague commands used in the Sonozaki family, created by its head, Oryo. One thing that must be mentioned about that command system is that the person giving the orders and the one executing them didn't need to interact in any way. Though Oryo was the commander, she never gave actual orders. She only had to expect something to happen. Every single one of the family council members around her would want to satisfy that expectation if given the chance. They didn't have to be proactive about satisfying it. They could be passive too. But when the chance arose, anyone who knew Oryo's intentions could potentially become the one to execute her orders. Therefore, Oryo would never know who actually executed her order, and none of the relatives knew it either. But they all knew things would conclude just as Oryo wanted, and they could assume it was one of their own who did it for her. This passive support system was thoroughly effective, and it spread all over the village. Its ties became even tighter after the dam conflict. Anyone could be the one to execute Oryo's orders. Therefore, everyone supported each other too. If someone did something, then the others would try to satisfy Oryo's expectation in different ways. For example, they'd come up with false evidence or otherwise passively interfere with an investigation. Even if they didn't know exactly who they were protecting, they'd still work together to protect whoever it was. Yes, I had finally figured out how it all worked. Phrased in a more organic manner, it would go as follows. The system of killing 2 people who were unwanted by the village each year required 3 elements. The first element was a region of solidarity. It was created during the long and unique history of Hinamizawa. The villagers' bonds became even tighter during the dam conflict. That was one of the conditions for this place to have a curse. It was an element that was already in the region, not one that could be created. The next element was having the same moral standards. This was a very important element, as the curse wouldn't have happened without it. Also, this element was created by Oryo Sonozaki herself, and that was why she could claim that the system was established by her own will. Having the same moral standards means that everyone everywhere acknowledges the same enemy. Even when everyone in the village joined together, it would be meaningless if they didn't know exactly who the enemy was. During the dam conflict, Oryo Sonozaki made the identity of the enemy very clear to everyone. They couldn't just say that they were against the dam construction and that the government was their enemy. That wasn't clear enough. The government didn't really pinpoint who the enemy was, but Oryo made enemies out of the construction site itself, and therefore its manager. She chose targets that the villagers could see with their own eyes. They were clear and easy to understand. The villagers acknowledged that everyone at the dam construction site was their enemy, and that construction site manager was the enemy commander. Using the same method, she labeled one after another as an enemy of the village, practically cataloging a list of enemies to print into the villagers' minds. Earlier, I had used the term infecting for this phenomenon. Those infected by this idea were the people unconsciously giving the orders to commit murder. When the infection spread across the village, when all of Hinamizawa's residents acknowledged the same enemy, that's when Hinamizawa itself became a murderer. Oryo combined those 2 elements, a solidary region, and having the same moral standards, then selected the enemy and spread that notion throughout the village. The law would normally have punished both the one who committed the crime and the one who gave the order, but Orio's system didn't require an order at all. Orio just had to become concerned about the enemy she had pre-selected, but that alone wouldn't cause the curse to take place. Orio's concern was like a safety device, and even when the safety device was off, the curse wouldn't occur unless there was a finger to pull the trigger. The last necessary element was to set a date for an execution, the night of Watanagashi, the night to venerate Oyashiro-sama, the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. On that night, the curse of Oyashiro-sama falls upon 2 enemies of the village, and they disappear. Everyone in the village acknowledged that as fact. In other words, if the same incident took place on any of the other 364 nights of the year, it would be nothing other than a murder case. But if it happened on the night of Watanagashi, then it would transform into the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The idea that the villagers are allowed to kill their enemies on the night of Watanagashi had infected them. The villagers were the cells of this huge creature called Hinamizawa, and each cell would be taught who the enemy was. The set date was basically a green light for whoever was in the best position to kill the enemy. That was the truth of the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Therefore, the one who actually killed Satoshi-kun isn't my enemy. The one who set up this murderous system, and the one who named Satoshi-kun's family as the enemy is my enemy. To use a broader definition, Hinamizawa itself, and the very system of Oyashiro-sama's curse, is my enemy. I already killed the hag, the one who designed the system. Kimiyoshi, the one whose job it was to infect the villagers with the system, was already in my hands. I just had to find out who else was involved and how much. It was like pulling a weed, while being very careful not to break its roots. I announced that Keiichi Maebara was one of the people who snuck into the shrine storage. I was certain that fact had spread throughout the underside of the village. In other words, Keiichi Maebara was an object of the curse of Oyashiro-sama now. Takano-san and Tomitake-san were found dead, having been killed in gruesome ways. That was the curse of Oyashiro-sama. In that case, they could demon away 2 more people as sacrifices to calm the anger of Oyashiro-sama. The set date for the curse was already over. But just like what happened to Satoshi-kun, demoning away was allowed for a little extra time. Something would happen to Keiichi Maebara within a few days. I'd wait patiently, careful not to let my enemy simply take Keiichi Maebara, my bait. Keiichi had been yelling on the other end of my phone for some time. Hold on a second. Okay. He kept yelling that he didn't want to go into the ritual storehouse to begin with. He claimed that he was simply invited by Takano-san and me. He shouldn't be in danger because of that, he said. He was feeling a sense of crisis and tension. This was going to work. The livelier the bait, the easier it is to spot.
Why the hell did you do that? I didn't have anything to do with this! What will you do? What are you going to do, damn it? How are you going to take responsibility for this? Huh? Hey, are you listening?
Shut up. I've heard enough of your pitiful tears. I hung up the phone. There was no point in talking to him when he got like that. Besides, I'd already achieved my goal, which was to make him realize the danger awaiting him. I took a deep breath, then called the house of the village chief.
Hello? Kimiyoshi residence?
This is Sonozaki. So? Did you find the mayor? Oh, okay, it's this.
Oh, it's you, Mion-chan. We've been calling everyone, but no luck. We can't find him. I don't know who else to call. I wonder where he is.
We've called a few places too, but nothing. I talked to Granny, and she says that we should have the youth group look for him.
At this time of day? Besides, we aren't even sure if he's really missing.
It's right after Watanagashi. She just thinks that we should be cautious. If the youth group can't find him, then we should call the police first thing in the morning. We'd rather not get the police involved unless we really have to, though.
Did Orio-san say that?
Yes. If you don't believe me, I'll have her get on the phone.
Oh, no. I understand. Okay, we'll gather the youth group and look for him. If they can't find him, we'll call the police in the morning.
Please call the leader of the youth group, then. I'll be over in Granny's place.
Thank you. I'll get everyone together right away.
Okay. See you later. The youth group had gathered at the Furude Shrine. They were going to try to find the mayor. I also had to go, in the absence of the hag. Just to be mean, I stopped by the underground torture room to let the mayor know that I was headed to the Furude Shrine to search for him. Incidentally, according to the tab on the keychain, This underground torture room was actually called the Underground Storehouse for Ritual Implements. This was the man who was yelling that whoever trespasses on the ritual storehouse should be killed. Although it was an underground ritual storehouse, he was there now, atoning for what he had done. It was pretty ironic. Maybe I was the only one who felt that way, though. We get this switched. How are you doing, Uncle Kimiyoshi? Clink. Kimiyoshi didn't say a word, but he made a noise with the chain. Everyone is making such a fuss because they can't find you. Your family called me, so I suggested they gather the youth group to look for you. I'm heading over there now. Was this mean, or what? Kimiyoshi could only make noises with the chain. He couldn't even express any emotion other than anguish. Is the chain too short? Why don't I make it longer every time you give me an answer to a question? If it's even a little longer, you'll feel better. Kimiyoshi's hands were tied behind his back with a tight wire. He was wearing a leather collar with a chain, which was strapped tightly around his neck, too. The collar's chain was on a pulley attached to the ceiling, with the chain pulling him up towards it. That chain was very short and pulled very tight. Kimiyoshi had to stand on tiptoes to be able to breathe. He had been like that for almost an hour already. He was already exhausted. If I left him overnight, he'd probably end up hanging himself. You told me earlier that you didn't know, but I'll ask you one more time. Please tell me anything you know about Satoshi Hojo-kun. Oh, sorry. You can't even talk, can you? I'll loosen the chain a little while we chat, then. I turned the pulley just a little to loosen the chain that was pulling on Kimiyoshi's neck. Kimiyoshi's heels finally touched the ground, relieving the pressure on his muscles.
I really don't know, Shion-chan. I really don't.
Don't you even know if he's dead or alive?
I really don't know anything.
Well, I guess that's how the curse system of Hinamizawa works. It's possible you really don't know anything. Okay, then I'll change the question. As the head of the Kimiyoshi family, I'd like you to tell me what you think has happened to Satoshi-kun. Is Satoshi-kun dead or alive? Kimiyoshi didn't know what to say. If he had said he didn't know, I'd tighten the chain and leave the room. That would be like a death sentence for him. But all I said was that I wanted him to speak as the head of the Kimiyoshi family. I didn't ask him to tell the truth, but he didn't know what to say to avoid souring my mood and to get me to loosen the chains around him. He was obviously trying to figure out how to make me extend the chain.
I've heard a rumor that he may be alive.
Ah, about him going to Tokyo on a bullet train, right?
The police. I've seen him in Tokyo. Or something like that.
Oishi had told me that Satoshi-kun had been witnessed getting on a bullet train and heading to Tokyo at Nagoya Station. But the police didn't know if that really happened, or what became of Satoshi-kun after that. Therefore, this was simply a random assertion of Kimiyoshi's. Hey, head of the Kimiyoshi family, what would be the point in letting one of the cursed family members live, after going through the trouble of making him disappear? I don't think there's any reason for that. Besides, who gave you this information? I was in close contact with Oishi for a while, but he never mentioned it to me. Uncle? If you're just saying that to make me happy, it's not going to work. You know that, don't you? I reached for the pulley controlling the chains around Kimiyoshi, and that act alone sent him panicking as he feared them tightening once more.
Sorry! I'm not trying to make you angry, Shion-chan. I'm sorry!
I don't have time for this. I'm simply asking you to help me look for Satoshi-kun, that's all.
I know that. I'll answer you.
I took my hand off the pulley. Seeing that, Kimiyoshi began making loud groaning noises to try and show he was thinking hard. Be frank with me. Do you think he is alive or dead?
I think you shouldn't think that he's alive.
That figures. There was no point in letting him live, right? I agree with you. I really didn't mean anything too deep by it, but what I said truly scared Kimiyoshi. The police think he ran, using the money he saved to buy Satoko's birthday present, because he was the main suspect of his aunt's murder. What do you think about that?
Well, I heard the culprit was some kind of drug addict.
What do you think about that? Maybe I shouldn't say this, but I believe Satoshi-kun is the culprit. The drug addict was probably a decoy Grandma arranged.
I've suspected as much. That guy appeared out of nowhere. I didn't understand it at the time.
So he was a decoy.
I'm pretty sure.
Why do you think that, though?
The police were investigating the case, and Satoshi-kun was their primary suspect, wasn't he? If he was going to be demoned away, she didn't want the police to continue the investigation, I guess.
What Kimiyoshi just said is very interesting. He's perfectly correct. If the police continued their investigation, it would complicate things for whoever demoned away Satoshi-kun. Therefore, the hag came up with a decoy in order to bring an end to the investigation. But fabricating a suspect can't be that easy, don't you agree?
The only person who can do things like that is Oryo-san.
I knew Grandma was very powerful in the underside of Hinamizawa, but I never knew that she was that powerful.
I'm sure you've heard quite a few rumors about the during the dam conflict. Didn't you also hear things directly?
During the dam protests, I actually saw them issuing orders to my relatives, like destroy their heavy machinery, or can we set up a checkpoint to blockade their construction vehicles? They set free their comrades from the police by coming up with alibis, destroying or forging evidence. I'd seen relatives do those things, as well as the hag calling in counselors to the house to protest. As a child, I was pretty impressed, but when I thought back, it was more than that. She was truly the mastermind who controlled the underside of the world.
You've heard about the kidnapping case of the grandson of the Minister of Construction, right?
So it really was a kidnapping, huh? I heard the grandson was demoned away and then found in the middle of the mountains in Takatsudo, or Yagochi.
That was at Oryo-san's command. The minister promised to stop the dam construction and the grandson was released. All the top people in the ex-Guardians know that.
I guess I was right in the middle of it when it was happening, but I didn't notice. The hag, the three families, and the ex-Guardians are truly magnificent, huh? How terrifying. Kimiyoshi finally realized the situation he was in, and he was answering my questions. That made me happy, but the more Kimiyoshi told me the truth, the more I realized Satoshi-kun really was dead. That made me very sad. Who actually demoned away Satoshi-kun?
I don't know. We were never to ask who actually executed Oryo-san's orders.
He was right. That was how the system worked. And so that was a bad question. Whoever it was did a great job, because his body hasn't been found. That's not easy.
Putting aside who actually killed him, it's possible Oryo-san has helped to get rid of the body. You know about the well farther down from here, the one used to dump bodies, don't you?
Yeah, I do. It's a lot safer to dump a body in the well than bury it somewhere in the mountains. Whoever disappears becomes a sacrifice to calm the anger of Oyashiro-sama. That was the rule of this game. Therefore, the bodies must never be discovered. That's why the bodies had to be dumped somewhere nobody could find them. It's very possible that the well was used for that. Then, Satoshi-kun is at the bottom of that well? I grabbed a flashlight and headed to the huge cave with all the cells. As I turned on the lights in the cave, Mion noticed me and gave me a worried look. I ignored her and headed to the cell in the back. I was still very impressed by how the well was hidden. It was almost artistic. I shone the flashlight at the bottom of the well. I had no way of knowing how deep the well was. The light of the flashlight wasn't strong enough to reach the bottom. I inhaled, then screamed into the well. Satoshi-kun! Satoshi-kun! Satoshi-kun's name echoed again and again. It was obviously a very deep well. I thought of climbing down using the wedges on the wall, but with the flashlight hanging from my neck, I couldn't light my footing properly. And even if there was enough lighting, I didn't even know if the wedges were sturdy enough. It would be like committing suicide. Satoshi-kun was at the bottom of this well. That's when I felt it. A warm hand rubbed my head. For sure. Shion, you finally found me. Satoshi-kun. Satoshi-kun. Satoshi-kun! I've been looking for you for so long. I'm sorry I couldn't find you while you were still alive. Sorry. I'm sorry. It's not your fault, Shion. There was nothing you could have done before I was killed. But you did everything you could do after I was dead.
Satoshi-kun, I want to join you. I'm coming right now. I'm going to jump, so please catch me.
Satoshi-kun smiled bitterly. I was saddened to see him reject me. Shion, I'm happy that you found me. But you're alive, Shion. It's so important to be alive. You can't waste it. If you aren't here... Oh.
If you aren't here, I don't want to live. I want to be with you, Satoshi-kun. I want to be close to you. I want you to rub my head again. I want to spend time with you. I'll be a good girl. I want to be with you.
Live.
Do I have to?
Live and enjoy your life, okay?
What's so fun about living alone?
You'll find out, so long as you're alive.
To live. I will live. I will live.
That eerie well now felt warm. I wasn't allowed to go down to the bottom, but the edge of this well was the place where you and I could meet. Mion, Satoshi-kun. I found him. He's at the bottom of the well, isn't he?
I think so. I can't think of anywhere else he'd be.
Mion started to sob. You weren't there when Satoshi-kun was killed, were you?
No.
If you were there, would you have begged Grandma to forgive him?
Yes. I would have begged her to let him live.
Liar.
You liar!
On that day, a year ago, I had just recalled how cruel Mion was then, when she forced me to rip out my nails, acting in her role as the successor. Even if she was there when Satoshi-kun was killed, she wouldn't have stopped being the successor. Satoshi-kun was brought to the torture room. When he saw Mion, I'm sure he thought she would save him. Even as he heard the family head read out his death sentence, I'm sure he looked at Mion and believed that she would save him. He believed Mion was acting that way only because she was with her relatives. He believed she would help him, but she didn't do anything. He was strapped to a restraining device, yet she still wouldn't do anything. Mion was cruel. Mion? Isn't it about time to help me? I see. I get it. You're with the rest of the family members, so you can't even show a hint of compassion. That sucks.
Help him! Help him! Why? Why didn't you help him? You saw him looking at you, begging to help him, didn't you? Why didn't you help him? Even when he was going through a rough time because of his awful aunt, you didn't help him. You pretended to sympathize, but you didn't help him. You ignored him. He was cornered because you didn't help him. I tried to support him. Even when you didn't protect him from killing his aunt, I did. I sacrificed myself to fight for him. 3 nails were nothing. But it wasn't enough to rescue Satoshi. I couldn't help him. Do you know why? Because I was Shion then. As Shion, I was kept away from Hinamizawa and nobody told me anything. I couldn't know anything. But you were different. You were Mion. You were right in the middle of everything and you knew everything and everyone told you everything. If I were you, I could have helped Satoshi-kun. I would have. But you were Mion. Give it back, Mion. That name isn't just yours. It's mine too. Besides, it was mine to begin with, remember? I just let you be Mion, remember? It was mine! Give it back to me. Give me my name back! I can't stand that you even look like Mion. If I were Mion then!
I kicked the bars. I kicked them again and again. Mion curled up fearfully in the back of her cell, as if she were trying to prevent herself from the bars crashing down on her. Oh boy. It's about time we got to that reveal. Fun fact, we are going to get a little bit more information about that in a little bit. But that little fact about the twins, that little extremely crucial part of their backstory, that is not in the anime. They removed it from the anime. They literally do not mention it in the anime at all. Do you see why I fucking hate the anime? God. Notebook page 188.
After that, I joined the youth group and searched for Kiyoshi. I went down the town council's phone directory and called to see if he had visited. Then he had the town group split according to the circular notice divisions and sent them to search the town.
No, not even in Go either. Yeah, Rahela, I think that's true. I don't think they ever mention it.
Everybody seemed to be assuming they wouldn't find him, but since I knew they definitely never would, it was just bothersome to me. Even after midnight, they were still all enthusiastically looking for him. I bore the sleepiness while yawning. Then I heard somebody whisper, "Last year, we did the same thing when Satoshi Hojo-kun went missing."
June Pop with, holy shit, $50. Oh my god, June. Thank you. More reasons to support Nezumi and not the anime. Also, holy shit, I say it all the time, but you put the VA in NezumiVA. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I think you guys already can see why in the material, but I've been very, 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 very insistent about getting the emotions in this particular arc as good as I can, because so much of this arc and its whole texture is sort of wrapped up in knowing that Shion is doing horrible fucking things, but also seeing everything from her perspective and having to chew on the complication of that. And I want to convey that as best as I possibly can.
The youth group was looking for someone who would never be found, just like last year. I was yawning because I knew this. Last year, there must have also been people who were yawning and grinning on the inside.
When did we stop searching last year? Do you remember? When Satoshi Hojo-kun was missing? Oh, what time was it? I guess it was around midnight.
It was already 2 in the morning. Although they spent this much time searching for Kiyoshi, they didn't do the same when Satoshi-kun was missing. After all, some people knew they wouldn't find him. They must have been sleepy. They must have said that they should leave it to the police. Shit. Shit. I want to kill the people who said that.
What? Mi-chan, you didn't get much sleep either, did you? Did you?
Yeah, I went to bed at like 3. I'm a little tired. 3? Hey now, you can't keep staying up late. You probably read the first volume of a manga, thought it was interesting, then read the entire series, didn't you? I understand. I've done that before.
What? Wait, is it about the mayor? He still hasn't been found?
Nope. I went to the Furude Shrine to join the youth group in their search for the mayor. Since I knew that there was no way he would be found, it was really boring for me. Well, just enduring sleepiness wasn't that bad. Not if you considered what Kiyoshi had to go through since last night. He'd been hanging from the ceiling and couldn't even fall asleep or sit down, since he had to stay on tiptoes the whole time. The teacher explained to us that the mayor had gone missing and asked us if we knew anything. A couple of people said some things, but they were irrelevant. To me, this issue meant nothing, but it was all my classmates were talking about. I observed Keiichi Maebara. I had no idea if any type of danger was drawing close to him. Maybe I'd call him again tonight, pretending to be Shion. I told him some outrageous stuff last night, so he panicked, but I was sure he'd calmed down after a day. At the time, I heard a little girl's laughter. It was Rika Furude, the last survivor of the Furude family and their current head. However, she wasn't really treated as one. During the family council, she'd often draw pictures or take a nap in the hag's bed. She wasn't even invited to last night's meeting. It was hard to believe such a little girl was responsible for part of the curse system. However, even though she wasn't in a respected position as the head of the Furude family, there were plenty of old people who worshipped her as the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama. I'd heard from someone that Rika Furude was rather odd, and seemed to behave as if she knew she was that reincarnation. Maybe Takano-san had told me that at the library when she was still alive. When Rika Furude became worried about something, the elderly people who worshipped her would make arrangements. It was very similar to the Sonozaki family, and it was also the same system as was used for the curse. I wonder, does Rika Furude know anything about the deaths of Takano-san and Tomitake-san? What does she think of people sneaking into the ritual storehouse? Does she know who snuck in and what happened to those people? As the one managing the storehouse, it was possible that she noticed the intruders first. In fact, she was the only one who could have noticed it. She must have passed on that information, which was why the curse was executed. That foolish Keiichi turned the light on when we went into the ritual storehouse. That light switch could have been connected to some kind of alarm. Rika Furude, the leader of the Furude family. Maybe getting to know her would be a good idea. As the leader of the Furude family, how much do you know about the incidents? I asked her rather directly. It was hard to tell if she understood why I was asking her in place of the Sonozaki family head, instead of as Mion Sonozaki. Are you talking about Tomitake and Takano? Rika answered. The news hadn't been made public, yet she knew about it. Although she looked immature, perhaps she truly was the head of the Furude family. That's the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I already know that. But it's not over yet, is it? There should still be 2 more. Have you heard about what will happen to them? I tried to be vague, to see how Rika Furude would react. I'd been thinking that she had nothing to do with the underside of Hinamizawa, since she was always treated like a child. However, Rika had just said things about the incident which normal people shouldn't have known anything about. That proved she belonged to the underside's network. I don't think that matters anymore. She answered the question about Tomitake-san and Takano-san fairly quickly, but took a little longer to answer this time. Did she have to think about it? Shit. The look on her face never changes. It's impossible to figure out what she's thinking. What do you mean? How can they get away with what they've done? I think if they feel bad about what they've done, they should be fine. Her response was unexpected, especially after seeing all the old people get so furious last night. To trespass in the ritual storehouse was blasphemy against Oyashiro-sama. The village elders had said that those intruders deserved to die. Yet the leader of the Furude family, who protected the sacred storehouse for ritual implements, said that if they felt remorse for it, then that was fine. I recalled how people thought of Rika Furude's father during the dam conflict. Yes, her father was called an opportunist back then. He didn't agree with the Onigafuchi Guardians, who had resisted violently during the conflict. Like father, like daughter. I aggressively grabbed Rika Furude by the collar. Huh? What the heck are you talking about? You're pretty stupid, just like your predecessor, aren't you? The Furude family must understand better than anybody how sacred the ritual storehouse is. How could the head of the family say such a thing? I laughed at myself. I was told the same thing by someone else, and now was saying it to Rika. Don't you know how serious a crime trespassing into the ritual storehouse is? It's a very important place for Oyashiro-sama, so nobody can go in without permission. See? You know that. But those 4 people brought their filth in there. What bad kitty cats? Meow. That's right, bad cats. 2 cats have been caught and punished. There are 2 more. Meow. How do you think they should be punished? Tell me your opinion as the head of the Furude family. Rika really didn't usually wear any expression whatsoever, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. But while I grabbed her by the collar and stared at her, I could tell somehow. Rika was a little disturbed. I sensed she was trying to see what I was thinking in turn.
I want to forgive those 2 kitty cats.
Why should they get away with what they've done?
Me. What are you trying to say?
That's a good question. So let me explain. Those 2 must offer compensation for what they've done. They have to clear away their sins. Otherwise, Oyashiro-sama won't stop being angry. Every crime must be punished appropriately. Do you understand? Understand?
Oyashiro-sama doesn't get angry even if someone enters the storehouse.
Huh? What are you saying?
The reason why nobody's allowed to see the ritual storehouse is because there are too many scary tools in there. I'm sure people would get scared if they saw them. That's why we don't let people in there. I'm sure those intruders were scared too. And I'm sure they feel bad about what they've done.
They're forgiven once they feel bad about what they've done? That's not for you to decide. That's what Oyashiro-sama decides.
I'm the shrine maiden of Oyashiro-sama, don't you know?
Of course I do. You aren't telling me that Oyashiro-sama told you he isn't angry, are you? Rika nodded yes without hesitation. I can't believe the lies she's coming up with. I'm not surprised, I'm shocked. Huh? That's why your parents died of the curse 2 years ago. Oyashiro-sama was angry because they didn't deserve to serve him. That's why he cursed your father.
Oyashiro-sama would never do that. My father didn't die because of the curse of Oyashiro-sama.
Am I really talking to the last shrine maiden of the Furude family? Obviously, Oyashiro-sama can't be at peace. You're supposed to worship Oyashiro-sama. How pathetic.
I don't know why you're so angry, me.
I realized. She was in a position to know as much as the other 2 family heads. As proof, she talked about this year's incident as though it was nothing. Yet she could feign ignorance with a serious face. She sure is something. She's even better than me. I slapped her a few times and pushed her to the floor. Rika, having tumbled downward, looked up at me with tears in her eyes. This all happened because you wanted to change the storehouse's lock to something that was easier for you, right?
That's true. The old one was too heavy, so I talked to Kimiyoshi and he changed it to a cheaper, lighter one.
If you left the heavy lock on, maybe that would have prevented them from trespassing. This is your fault too. Don't you forget that. Of course, the Kimiyoshi family, who actually changed the lock, is responsible for this too. That last part was something I added on a whim. I added it to connect Rika's story to the disappearance of Kimiyoshi. I wanted to pressure her psychologically by doing so. The head of the Kimiyoshi family had to pay for his crime. That's why he disappeared. The head of the Furude family has to pay for her crimes too, you know. Rika was still on the floor, tears pouring down her cheeks. Keiichi Maibara is the last one left. I suppose the Furude family will take care of him.
I don't know anything.
You don't need to know anything, do you? You just have to look worried. That's all it takes. That's how it is at our house, too. Anyway, good luck.
I don't...
Rika hung her head. She seemed to want to say something, but she was afraid that I might be rough with her again. I doubted Rika Furude was actually at the top of the curse system, like the hag was. However, as one of the 3 family heads, she was a lot closer to the underside of Hinamizawa than I was. By now, that underside was well aware of Keiichi Maibara. I told the elderly leaders of the village yesterday in the meeting that Keiichi Maibara was the last one remaining. I just told the head of the Furude family the same thing, if threateningly. If my threat was effective, the curse of Oyashiro-sama should very soon fall upon Keiichi Maibara. And at just the right time, I would grab my enemy right as he took my bait. If the assassin came from the Furude family, this girl would have committed the same sin as the hag. When that time came, I wouldn't hold back. I was going to make sure she suffered, and then kill her. I've heard of a torture technique where you pound dozens of nails into a victim's fingers. I already found a restraining table and the tools for it. When the time comes, I'll pound nails into your fingers. That gruesome anticipation radiated from my eyes and scared Rika even further. Hey, remember, by the way, how in Watanagashi, Keiichi went behind the school, and Rika was on the ground, and she was all covered in grass and shit, and she looked like she had been tossed around a little, and she was crying? Yeah, remember that? Anyway. I wonder how Kimiyoshi is doing. I doubt he died from tiptoeing all night, but sometimes a human can go very easily. He already told me everything I wanted to hear, and he doesn't know anything else anyway. On top of that, he was responsible for spreading the infection that was the curse system of Oyashiro-sama. His sins are very heavy. I really liked Uncle Kimiyoshi. He had always been kind. The hag was so tough on her relatives, and that's why he was extra nice to me. When we talked yesterday, I was so happy to hear him say that he would forgive Shion. He even said that he would fight the hag to save her. That made me very happy. Don't worry. If Shion-chan feels bad about what she's done, she wouldn't be demoned away. Leave it to me. I felt such a warmth inside of me. I almost shivered. I was so happy, yet so very sad. For he continued to say that Satoshi-kun deserved to die. He said those nice things because he wanted to make Mion happy, since she was worried about Shion. Satoshi-kun deserved to die because he was a member of the cursed Hojo family, but Shion-chan of the Sonozaki family did not. That's what he meant. In other words, to the leaders of the village, including Kimiyoshi, members of the Hojo family are more contemptible than insects. They didn't care if they lived or died. Their sin was not only that they despised the Hojo family so, but also that they let that hatred infect the rest of the village. Therefore, everyone in the village deserves to be a victim of the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Kimiyoshi and the others created an environment that excused murder in that name. If that was so, if Takano-san and Tomitake-san hadn't committed the serious crime of trespassing in the ritual storehouse, then Satoko Hojo, the last survivor of the Hojo family, and Teppei Hojo, who had been hiding in Okinomiya, might have been the victims. Satoko Hojo. She was always around Satoshi-kun. She expected Satoshi-kun to help her every time she cried. She was one of the people who cornered him. If Satoko wasn't that much of a burden, Satoshi-kun wouldn't have killed his aunt. Somebody told Satoshi-kun to commit that murder, and to hide the evidence of his connection to the mastermind, Satoshi-kun was demoned away. That's what Oishi thought. If Satoshi-kun hadn't killed his aunt, maybe he wouldn't have been chosen as last year's victim. Because the commands were vague, after all. The curse of Oyashiro-sama fell upon the Hojo family as a whole. It didn't matter which member of the family died. His aunt had a terrible reputation in the neighborhood. She didn't communicate with her neighbors. She was always throwing fits, and there was nothing nice about her in any way. Even if Satoshi-kun didn't kill her, the curse would have fallen upon her sooner or later. Their aunt was the first victim. There needed to be another Hojo to calm the curse. According to a rumor, their uncle was living somewhere in Okinomiya with his lover. However, Okinomiya was a little different from Hinamizawa. The Sonozaki family was powerful there, of course, as well, of course. But it would have been more difficult in Okinomiya to demon someone away. So naturally, Satoshi-kun and Satoko, who were still in Hinamizawa, became the targets. Which one should be cursed? That was simple. Satoko, of course. She was snobby and lacking in manners. Everyone in the neighborhood liked Satoshi-kun, even if he was the son of the Hojo couple who betrayed the village during the dam conflict. Compared to Satoko, he didn't deserve to die. Therefore, the actual victims of last year's curse should have been his aunt and Satoko. Satoshi-kun was suddenly all alone. His mean aunt and mean uncle were gone. His sister, who was a burden to him all his life, was gone too. Satoshi-kun was such a nice person. He would be sad, although he'd realize he was finally free. But time would heal him. I'd even help. He didn't have to live in his house in Hinamizawa. There are plenty of empty rooms in the apartment block where I lived. I could find him a part-time job, too. He didn't need to go to school in Hinamizawa. He could go to school with me in Okinomiya instead. He wouldn't know his way around, or really anything about the school there. So I'd be with Satoshi-kun all the time. I'd show him a shortcut to school, we'd go shopping, and I'd teach him many different things. What an unbelievably happy ending. Satoshi-kun had been suffering so much, and I'd been pushed away all my life. But we would finally be happy. I enjoyed these sweet delusions, but I didn't have any more time to waste. I was sure that there were plenty of old people who had been trying to get hold of Oreo all morning, and who were going to try to catch me after I got home from school. Actually, the phone had been ringing constantly while I enjoyed my happy thoughts. When I answered the phone, I casually listened and replied. As I planned, Keiichi Maibara is now known as the next curse victim within the underside of Hinamizawa. I also tried to let them know the disappearance of the village chief. Also tried to let them know the disappearance of the village chief had something to do with the fact that he changed the lock on the ritual storehouse's door. All the authorities in the underside came to realize the seriousness of trespassing in the storehouse. After all, one of the heads of the three families got punished. One of the phone calls was from Oishi. He had also heard about Kimiyoshi's disappearance, and he knew it had something to do with the changing of the lock. I'm impressed. He has some pretty good sources, but all he can do is catch whatever information he can get. There's no way for him to find out where it's coming from. I'd call Keiichi Maebara again later tonight. Some of the more aggressive villagers may have already started to take action around him. I'm sure that by now, Keiichi is feeling the danger that's coming toward him. I'd have to be careful that he doesn't get killed easily. If I can catch the enemy before they bit Keiichi, I can use him as bait. Keiichi Maebara. I haven't known him for that long. He's funny, if not intelligent. He'll never replace Satoshi-kun, but I do think he's fun to be around. There's just one thing I don't like about him. He rubs my head far too often. His hand is as warm as Satoshi-kun's hand, which is why I can't stand it. But that's about it. Keiichi Maebara isn't Satoshi-kun's enemy. I don't hate him. He's fun to be around, but I wouldn't shed a tear for him if he became a victim of the curse. I won't prevent Keiichi Maebara from being killed, but I won't kill him myself either. I'd made arrangements for the curse to fall upon him, but I never told anyone to kill him. Well, I suppose I did tell Rika Furude to take care of Keiichi Maebara. Wait a minute. To avenge Satoshi-kun, I'm doing exactly the same thing as the hag did. I'm using the exact same system that killed Satoshi-kun. Keiichi Maebara. I'm just using him. I told people to let the curse fall upon Keiichi, but I've been giving him appropriate warnings. I'm going to help him if he tries to live. If I catch all of my enemies, maybe I'll let him loose. He's different from Satoshi-kun. Satoshi-kun was tricked into killing his aunt, and was killed himself afterwards, so there wouldn't be any evidence remaining. I won't kill Keiichi Maebara. That's how I'm different from the hag. Evening was turning to night. I had to get dinner ready. I had to eat so I'd have enough strength to take revenge. To your point, actually, Grifters, real quick, I did want to mention, as much as I don't give it flowers very often because I'm not really a big fan of it, the Higurashi sequel anime, Go, has, the ED has, like, one of my favorite pieces of Higurashi fan art, or not fan art, like, literally ever, in that it literally has a picture of Mion and Shion sitting in a room together, like, scowling away from each other. And in the very middle of the frame, like, further up in the room is Oreo sitting on her, like, her bed mat. So it's, like, literally, like, a visual signifier that, like, Oreo tears them apart. Like, literally comes between them. It's fucked up! It's really good. This place was far from the town. It would even get isolated during winter because of the snow. It's not unusual for a household like this to have 2 or 3 refrigerators. There were plenty of groceries left in them. I was glad I didn't have to go grocery shopping. I could hear the chorus of the Higurashi. People often say that the sound of the Higurashi brings back memories, but for me, it's the exact opposite. I've only ever heard the sound of the Higurashi in Hinamizawa. Therefore, the sound of the Higurashi, to me, is Hinamizawa. The sound reminded me that I wasn't supposed to be here, that I couldn't be here. That was when I heard the doorbell. Because there was a good distance between the house and the gate, there was both a doorbell and an intercom by the latter. It had a security camera, too. Something as modern as a security camera monitor in this old-fashioned kitchen looked rather strange. I turned the switch, but nothing appeared on the monitor. I tried to check the plug, but there were a bunch of cords going behind the refrigerator, so I couldn't even do that. The doorbell continued to ring while I tried to figure out if the monitor was broken or if I didn't know how to turn it on. I only felt like answering the door depending on who it was. It'd normally be easier to pretend to be out, but that wouldn't help me. I was waiting for my enemies to show up. I couldn't just hide myself in that case. The hag was supposed to be sick and in an extremely bad mood. I'd already sent word out that she didn't want to see anyone, so who could it be? I made up my mind and turned the intercom on. If it was someone unwanted, I could just turn whoever it was away. But I had to act normally so I wouldn't arouse suspicion. I had to act normally. Yes? Who is it?
Hello?
She didn't tell me her name, but I recognized her voice. Rika-chan, what are you doing here at this time of day?
I ran out of soy sauce, so could you share some with me?
Soy sauce? I almost screamed, but I controlled myself. I took a moment to think about the situation. Hinamizawa was far from most stores, so sometimes neighbors would share seasoning and stuff with each other. The village sometimes got snowed in during winter, but the Furude Shrine was quite far from this house. It was rather odd for her to come all the way here on her bicycle just to get some soy sauce. Maybe she was using it as an excuse. Maybe there was something she wanted to talk to me about. That was when I noticed a piece of paper that was on the refrigerator door next to the intercom. We still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. Feel free to come to the Sonozaki house if you want some. The hag must have given that flyer to everyone. One of our relatives sent her a barrel of soy sauce. If you want some, bring a container. That's what the flyer said. I see. This would explain it. There was a handwritten note on the bottom of the flyer. The soy sauce is in the storage area under the floor. Give them as much as they want. There was a storage area beneath the floor. When I opened it, I saw a barrel of soy sauce, alongside a funnel and a ladle. I didn't want Rika to notice anything suspicious at this point. I decided to share the soy sauce with her. Sure. Did you bring a container?
I brought a soy sauce bottle.
Okay. Come on in. I'll be at the front door. As I headed there, I heard the doorbell ring again.
Me. The gate's locked from the inside. I can't open it.
Ah, that's right. Sorry. I'll be right there, just hang on. People didn't pay much attention to safety around here in Hinamizawa. People didn't think too much about locking the doors. But as someone who's lived in the town, I've always locked everything. To let Rika Furude in, I'd have to go outside.
Good evening.
Good evening. Rika smiled at me. She was holding a large soy sauce bottle. Huge soy sauce bottle. She acted like I never yelled at her, got violent with her, or made her cry at all today. Or perhaps she came to curry favor, thinking she'd angered me. I invited Rika to the front door. I told her to wait for a moment, and tried to take the bottle. But Rika took her shoes off and walked into the house with the bottle in her hands. Don't worry, I'll get it for you. Why don't you wait there?
I'm pretty good at pouring soy sauce into a funnel, you know.
She looked at me as if begging. I guess she wanted to pour the soy sauce into the bottle herself. I didn't want her to come into the house, but I suppose I didn't want her to wait there alone either. If she came to the kitchen with me, I could keep my eyes on her. And so I brought Rika to the kitchen. We walked down the hallway. I only heard my footsteps. I stopped suddenly and turned around to make sure Rika was following me. Rika bumped into me.
Meep.
Sorry. I made sure she was right behind me and started to walk again. Rika must have been having fun matching her footsteps to mine. Even when I quickly sped up, our footsteps matched perfectly. I stopped suddenly. Rika stopped suddenly too, after taking an extra step. When I turned around, Rika smiled at me. Our footsteps matched perfectly, and when I stopped suddenly, I heard her extra step. I've experienced such footsteps before. It was making me uncomfortable. But now, although her footsteps sounded the same as the other ones I'd experienced, I saw her when I turned around. That was the difference between them. I left the storage door open so we could see the soy sauce barrel. The memo said that she can take as much as she wants, but I wasn't sure there was enough left. I crouched down and tried to open the lid of the soy sauce barrel. Even when I crouched down, I could hear Rika's extra step. Good, there's plenty left. Take as much as you want. When I turned around, Rika was very close to me. But, huh? Who was this? I saw Rika, but it wasn't Rika at all. It was like when I switched with my sister. The outside was the same, but the inside was different. Did Rika have a twin sister? I was confused for a moment. That was when Rika sprayed something from a small bottle into my eyes. Huh? I felt a terrible pain in my eyes, and suddenly tears poured out and my nose started to run. I couldn't stop sneezing, either. As I stumbled around, covering my face, I then realized I was attacked. I shut my eyes tightly for a moment, then opened them again. Rika was about to grab my hair to drag me down onto the floor. When Rika saw me open my eyes, she sprayed at me again. I shut my eyes to avoid the spray, but my nose still breathed in the substance. I avoided the pain in my eyes, but the tears, the runny nose, and the sneezing continued. Shit! Ah! My brain isn't working quickly enough. However, when I finally understood that I'd been attacked by Rika Furude, my brain started to grind into motion. Rika Furude knocked me onto my back and got on top of me. I tried to escape from her by rolling on the kitchen floor. As I rolled, I hit an oven, a huge jar, and destroyed a pile of something on the floor as I fought back. But Rika didn't let go of me. She stayed on top and restrained me. She was sitting on my stomach, and I felt intense pain and pressure. She sure could fight well. I still couldn't see anything. Rika had the upper hand. My eyes were shut, and I was in real danger. As I tried to blink, I saw Rika's expression. I didn't know Rika Furude all that well. I only knew her from the few times we met when I went to school as Mion, and from the things I'd heard from other people. But as far as I knew, there was no way Rika Furude would ever do something like this. This is just impossible. Impossible. Impossible! No, I can't fill my head with that word. I have to calm down and figure out what to do next. Shit, I'm too much of a mess to even think. I tried to peek at her face again. She still had the spray bottle in one hand. What I didn't expect was the thing in her other hand. How could I mistake it for anything else? It was definitely a syringe. When Rika realized I'd regained my eyesight, she pointed the spray bottle right at me and let loose with it. I shut my eyes tightly and tried to ignore the pain, but that was when, even though I was blinded, Rika made a miscalculation. She had sprayed at me from such a close distance that she inhaled the substance as well. I heard Rika sneeze and realized that it was my chance. Even if I couldn't see, I knew she was right there. I hit Rika's face a few times. When I felt Rika's weight shift, I escaped. I then got my stun gun ready. Rika must have inhaled just a little of the spray. She wasn't sneezing anymore and was glaring at me instead. Hey! Are you picking a fight with me? You want me to wreck you? Rika's expression didn't change, but I was sure she was disappointed that her surprise attack was a failure. Rika flinched just a little, but she was still holding the spray bottle and aiming it at my eyes. She was trying to use the spray first, and then give me the shot. I didn't know what was in that syringe, but it was a clear liquid. It had to be something bad. She wanted to take my eyesight, get on top of me, and then give me the shot. If whatever was in the syringe took a while to take effect, I might have the chance to fight back, and seriously injure Rika. But Rika's surprise attack told me that just being injected was more than enough. In other words, whatever the effect, it would start to work immediately. Therefore, I wouldn't be able to fight back against her. It'd probably either knock me out or kill me. In any case, what I had was equally deadly. My stun gun was very powerful. Just one shot would be all it took. What happened before was proof of its power. Rika knew my stun gun was a lot more powerful than her spray. She was being extremely cautious. Hey, what do you think you're doing in my house? Huh? If you aren't moving, then I'll come to you! I threw a pile of newspapers at her. The pile wasn't tied together, so the newspapers flew all over Rika. I jumped at her immediately after. I shoved my stun gun into her, and pulled the trigger. Rika spasmed and fell to the floor. You fool! Hesitating in a fight where a single blow wins. Only amateurs just glare at each other. You don't have a single clue how advantageous the first strike is when a single blow can decide everything. The spray bottle rolled onto the ground, but she still had the syringe. Rika was down, but I couldn't let my guard down either. I kicked her in the side and clambered on top of her. I took the syringe. I held Rika's arm down and gave her the shot. My actions could hardly be called gentle. I injected her violently. I injected everything that was in the syringe. Rika began to convulse. I stood back and watched for what would happen to her body. Of course, I still had my guard up. While I assumed that the drug would incapacitate her immediately, I didn't know what exactly kind of reaction she would have. Look at you! Did you really think that you could defeat me? Think again! After a few more convulsions, Rika unsteadily got to her feet. That's ridiculous. How could she even stand? I looked at my stun gun. Damn it! The power was on the lowest setting. Maybe it had been readjusted when we were rolling around on the floor. I changed the setting to maximum. Rika turned pale and started sweating all over. I didn't know its exact effects, but if Rika had given me the shot, I'd be the one experiencing her symptoms. She looked really sick, so obviously she must have been feeling awful too. She couldn't even focus. She was very wobbly and had her hand on the wall. She'd lost her balance, and it must have been hard for her to even stand. She didn't look so brave anymore. Rika wobbled some more and moaned as if she was about to throw up.
Hanyu! Hanyu!
Rika looked scary as she moaned and wobbled, but at the same time she looked kind of funny too. Certainly, she hadn't even dreamed she'd be getting the shot herself. As the man sows, so he shall reap. That's what you get.
This is funny. So funny. But please don't throw up here. Go to the bathroom, okay? I'm gonna enjoy how long it'll take for you to die. Oh, but that means I can't torture you later, huh? I've been planning to use the nail table on you. So either you choke on your own vomit and die, or I pound nails into all 10 of your fingers. I wonder which it will be. Okay, I know. Let's move to the underground shrine storage. I'll put you to sleep so I can move you there, okay?
I walked up to Rika, my stun gun making popping sounds. When Rika saw the sparks from the stun gun, she moved to grab a huge kitchen knife.
Oh? Are you still trying to fight? That makes things more fun. I have so much I want to ask you. I'd suggest you back down. Well, actually, even if you do, you'll go through the same misery anyway. Sorry. But I'll refuse that invitation, you torture maniac.
What she said wasn't anything I'd expected to hear from the Rika I knew, but I didn't hesitate. I had the advantage, so I didn't need to worry. Besides, this was coming from the last survivor of the Furude family, one of the 3 families, but that sudden change somehow felt natural.
Compared to what the 3 families have done, this is nothing. Thank you for that high praise, though. I should be proud of myself, huh? So, are you seriously thinking about fighting me with a knife in that condition? You can't even stand straight. You're right. Like you said, I'm at my limit. But if that means getting captured and tortured to death by you, then sorry, I'm taking my leave. Taking your leave? Try it if you can!
It was clear who held the advantage here. But despite that, an odd thrill filled both of us. We lost our minds wasn't a fitting phrase for the people of Hinamizawa. It was a feeling of release, when modern demons could stop pretending to be human. Yes, this was a mad banquet of demons, with the savoring of blood and devouring of flesh. Attended by the head of the Furude family and the head of the Sonozaki family, the old families whose blood is closest to the madness of demons. I stood in front of the hallway so as to block her escape route. The windows had grates and the door had a safety chain on it. If she turned around, I'd hit her with my stun gun. In this situation, what did Rika Furude mean by taking her leave? Rika got her knife ready. I expected her to aim at my stomach when she attacked, so I took a stance with my stun gun in hand. Rika, however, suddenly turned around. I carefully watched to see what her next move would be. Rika put the handle of the knife to the wall and held it in place. What was she doing?
Goodbye, torture maniac. I won't give you the satisfaction of killing me.
Rika reared her head back and slammed her throat against the knife on the wall. Yeah, just so you know, there are going to be some kind of graphic descriptions in this bit, so just be warned about that. Her blood splattered all over. Rika went backwards repeatedly and let the knife slash at her throat. Again and again. Her neck and chest were dyed red. I'd always thought blood was darker, but her blood wasn't dark. It was so bright. I must have been confused, but it looked pretty. After doing this several times, Rika turned around. Her eyes were wide open. She didn't look like she was from this world. Her face looked like something both living and dead, both real and artificial. It was very scary, eerie, and above all else, pale. Although her face looked unearthly, it was a very appropriate face for a demon. I didn't have a mirror, so I couldn't tell, but I was sure I looked exactly like her. Rika continued to violently slash her throat. It reminded me of someone trying to break a huge piece of ice with an ice pick. That was exactly what Rika looked like. The white chips of ice coolly flying through the air. What I saw before me was a beautiful sight. Every time Rika struck her throat, tiny drops of red blood splattered the boring white world around her. It was like a dance. A dedication dance by the final head of the Furude family. The demon's last dance of dedication to Oyashiro-sama. Upon seeing that literally blood-curdling dance, I let out a fierce roar. I had no reason to do so. I was howling like an animal. We were like animals trying to kill each other, both getting covered in blood. And inevitably, as one convulsed in the pool of blood, the other threw back its head and howled. My body shivered with the joy I felt inside me. This was death, the most final of judgments, and it was right before me. The demons howled, screamed, and roared. The roars faded, and my voice started to change from the voice of a demon back to that of a human. As a demon, I roared. But as a human, I sneered. Rika was covered in blood from her neck down. Her blood was pouring out, making a little noise. Rika was still staring into my eyes. I stared back at her. I wasn't sure that they were still eyes, though. They were no longer human eyes, but the eyes of the dead. Rika. No. Rika's corpse vomited blood from her mouth and nose and smiled. Then she dropped the knife. She stuck her hands out and turned her palms upward. Her wriggling fingers reminded me of an insect's legs. Those fingers reached for her own throat. I'd never seen anything like it. I'd never seen anybody do this before. Because Rika was scratching at her own throat. She was ripping her own throat apart. Maybe that wasn't a good description. She was trying to rip out the inside of her throat through the opening she'd made with the knife. Her fingers found the biggest tear. Rika smiled. At least that's what I would have called it if she were alive. She ripped open the tear in one tug. Upon hearing my scream, Rika died and fell on her face, into the pool of blood. That was it. She didn't get up to show me her throat. I stepped back from Rika Furude's body and bumped into the wall in the hallway. I roared again in admiration of the ritual dance of dedication of the head of the Furude family. Joy ran through my body, and my blood rushed through my veins.
I won! I won! I defeated her!
I then realized I'd disposed of the heads of the three families, the core of the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Everything was finally exposed. The curse of Oyashiro-sama and its masterminds were all exposed. I disposed of the leaders of the three families, who all killed Satoshi-kun. The head of the Sonozaki family died of a heart attack. She was at the bottom of the well, along with a wheelchair. I apprehended the head of the Kimiyoshi family. He continued to tiptoe until he died. The head of the Furude family died, in a way that was perfect for the final head of the three families of Onigafuchi. I did it. I accomplished my mission. I defeated all the masterminds who killed Satoshi-kun with the curse. Everyone! Satoshi-kun, you were powerless. You didn't have the means to fight back. Those evil people simply sneered while they let you die. After marking you as a member of the cursed Hojo family, I will never, ever forgive them. They believed you deserved to die because you were one of the Hojos. As long as it was done by the curse of Oyashiro-sama, they didn't care how you were killed. I will never forgive those people for creating this world. What could I have done to save you, Satoshi-kun? I couldn't save you. Shion Sonozaki couldn't do anything else at the time. If I was Mion, not Shion. If I was Mion that day, I could have saved you. Mion could have saved you. That's right. I remember now. Shion. She said she wanted to eat red snapper sashimi that day. I was supposed to eat that, but Shion pouted and cried. That was why I let her switch, just for that night. I did it to make her happy like a big sister would. Shion was never treated well, so I felt bad. That was it. I was being a good sister, that was it! When morning came, the world had been turned upside down, and had remained so until today. We weren't twins anymore. The one with the demon was Mion, and the one with the demon was, without the demon was Shion. What was that supposed to mean? Wait.
Mom, listen! I'm Mion, not her! You can tell us apart, right, Mom? Look, can't you tell I'm Mion? Come on, everyone tell me I'm Mion! I'm Mion! Don't call me Shion! I'm Mion, I am!
Then I realized. You knew. Didn't you? That the relatives weren't gathering for a simple party that night. You knew. Oh, yeah.
No, I didn't. I really didn't know.
Huh?
How can you say that? You were so persistent that day. You said you'd never eaten red snapper before, so you really wanted to try it. You never gave up asking me. I really didn't know. I didn't know. If I had known, I wouldn't have said that. Oh, sure. You were always jealous of me, always looking at me with those foxy eyes. That was why I switched with you every once in a while. But you weren't satisfied with just that. You became even more jealous. And that night, you knew what was going on and took Mion from me! You took Mion from me! Give Mion back! I'm the one who's Mion! I am Mion Sonozaki! You were Shion this whole time! Don't call yourself Mion, you imposter!
I kicked the bars of the cell repeatedly while I roared. Compared to my roar, the metallic noise of the bars sounded like a cry of a little puppy. I had been convinced by something so stupid. The tattoo of the demon was just a way of telling us apart. Even without that tattoo, I am Mion. That's right, I am Mion Sonozaki! I gathered my hair and put it into a ponytail, with the yellow band that Mion used all the time. Since I didn't feel my hair on my neck, I felt like I could think more clearly now. Two Mions looked at each other through the iron bars. According to our sibling rules, that was never to happen. Yes, there was only one Mion and one Shion. There could never be two of either at the same time.
Shion, let your hair down. I am Mion and Mion is here! You were never Mion, so don't pretend to be me ever again! Do you hear? I said, do you hear? If you do, answer me! Answer me, Shion!
I took myself back on this day. Shion admitted that she was Shion.
How wonderful it is to be Mion. I feel great. I can think clearly now. Because after all, Mion is capable of anything. Unlike you, Shion. How dare you pretend to be Mion? Do you have any idea? Huh, Shion? Yes, sis.
Shion called me sis. This doesn't translate as well into the English translation, but the distinction here is that, Mion, quote-unquote, just started calling her One. Which is, you know, like older sister.
And so I was Mion.
The demon who had been asleep deep inside me was finally allowed to wake up. The demon roared, and my whole body shivered to express its joy. Shion, you committed a grave sin. You were Mion until now. You were in a powerful position as Mion of the Sonozaki family, yet you didn't even try to rescue Satoshi-kun. You had millions of chances to save him, but you chose not to do anything.
I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you. I could have saved Satoshi-kun. You took him from me and you killed him. I'll never forgive you for that.
Shion was shaking on the other side of the bars.
I will kill you. I'll kill you in the best possible way. Starting today, I'm going to think of the best, most gruesome way to kill you. Shion, you better spend every minute feeling what's coming to you. I won't just kill you. I'll make sure your death is long and miserable. And after you're dead, I'll throw you into the well. You better apologize to Satoshi-kun when you get there. This is what you get for pretending to be me. Do you hear me? That's your sin.
I needed to at least clean up the kitchen. While I was putting old newspapers on the floor to absorb the blood, the phone rang. I didn't want to answer, but maybe I should. I should answer it and talk to whoever it was. Hello, this is the Sonozaki residence.
Thank you for answering. This is Hojo calling.
I was surprised to hear the Hojo name, but I realized right away that it was Satoko. Oh, Satoko. What's the matter?
Sorry to call so late. Is Rika not there with you?
Yes. Ever since Satoko Hojo was abandoned, she had been living with Rika Furude. Of course she'd get suspicious that Rika hadn't returned yet. Yeah, she's here.
Oh, she's still there? It's long past dinner time.
Hey, Satoko. I made too much dinner tonight. So I told Rika-chan to eat here with me.
Huh? Is that so? Oh.
Why don't you come over too? I have plenty of food left. Rika-chan has already started eating.
Oh, Rika! Alright, I'll clean up a little and then head out. See you shortly.
Okay. I'll be here. See ya. Click.
Keiichi! I've been calling your name for a while. You have a phone call. It's from Sonozaki-san. Sonozaki-san? Which one? The older sister or the younger one? I don't know. Ask her yourself. Hello? Mion? Or is it Shion?
I'm gonna talk a little bit more. I'm gonna finally be able to talk a little bit more about some stuff with Shion at the end of this stream. So I'm just gonna hold on to it for right now. But I'm sure you guys can probably guess some things that I might be talking about. It's me, Shion. Good evening.
Shion, sorry about last night. I got all riled up.
He must have been worried about how I hung up the phone so suddenly last night. We're tied to the same fate. Making sure the other's all right is the only way to guarantee your safety.
Yeah, I agree.
We absolutely need to share whatever information we have, so that we don't die like Takano-san and Tomitake-san did. I heard Keiichi swallow loudly. Then, let's continue from where we left off. You'll listen without getting angry this time, right?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Keiichi agreed to be quiet and listen. I explained the dangerous situation Keiichi was in once again. Just like how some evil people in the village attacked Takano-san and Tomitake-san, they might attack us any day. It was ironic, of course, that while I was warning him, I was also the one who made sure the curse would fall upon him. Let's report anything we notice that seems strange. If we connect all the tiny pieces that we have, then just maybe we'll find out who killed them. Or maybe even the truth behind the incidents of the past few years.
You're right. You're right about that.
Then I'll start since I suggested it. I feel like somebody's been watching me lately.
What?
I was making this up. I just wanted him to realize how urgent the situation was. It might be my imagination, but I'll tell you anyway. I think it's just me, but if you feel like you're being watched too, Kei-chan, then maybe it's not just in my head.
Well, don't worry. At the very least, everything's fine with me.
It seemed like nothing had happened to Keiichi today, at least. Now that the heads of all the three families were gone, it was possible the curse system had been destroyed entirely. If that was the case, then Keiichi might not be attacked after all. But if there was somebody who did want to attack him, that meant part of the system was still alive. In other words, my mission wouldn't be accomplished just yet. Keiichi's like a litmus test in this situation. I'd know whether or not my enemies were gone depending on if Keiichi got bitten. He sure is a very useful man. After that, I went along with what Keiichi said. I made sure he was fearful of Mion as well as the three families. I explained to him the possibility that the whole village was involved, and that the curse of Oyashiro-sama might be some sort of system. Then I remembered Shion wouldn't know too much about the disappearance of the mayor, so I continued. I just heard this myself. Is it true that Uncle Kimiyoshi went missing?
You mean the mayor? Wait, Shion, you haven't heard?
I don't know anything. I just overheard my father talking about it on the phone again.
Yeah, actually. Last night after the meeting, he didn't come home, so the whole village was in a panic. They searched all over Hinamizawa, but if they found him, then I haven't heard. The police should be searching for him as well.
Why didn't you tell me something that important right away?
Sorry. I thought you already knew. I didn't want to hide it or anything.
Kei-chan, what? What should I do?
What's wrong? Tell me. We're not keeping secrets from each other, right?
I'm sorry. Well, I didn't mean to hide it. It was just that, well, the conversation got turned around and...
We're on the same side, right? I won't get mad, so just tell me.
Uncle Kimiyoshi, I told him everything!
Old man Kimiyoshi. He's someone you feel comfortable confiding in, Shion?
Yes. He would... When I was little, he was really nice to me. All he did was play tricks on him, but he would always just smile. He listened to anything I had to say. He was such a kind person.
Calm down, Shion. It's not like he's dead, right? Don't lose heart so easily.
Keiichi tried to make me feel better, but he had no idea what was actually going on. It really made me laugh.
That night, I told the mayor that we snuck into the ritual storehouse. Also that someone saw us and was out to get us.
Does the mayor know how absurdly Takano-san and Tomitake-san died?
Yes, he knew about it. I told him that they died by Oyashiro-sama's curse and that it could be made into a sacrifice to calm his anger. I just said it straight out.
Right. What then?
Uncle Kimiyoshi didn't get angry. He smiled, then told me that if I was remorseful about it, there was no way I'd be demoned away. He was really smiling, and he told me to leave it to him.
I actually got a little sad while saying that. Uncle Kimiyoshi had been so reliable. I was happy when he said that he would protect Shion. I truly was happy. If only he hadn't said anything to insult Satoshi-kun.
It's my fault, because I confessed everything.
Stop it, Shion. It's not your fault.
No! It is my fault! I told him our secret! Uncle Kimiyoshi found out about everything! So, he had to have been killed! It was right after I confessed to him, after all. He disappeared the same night, and he told me everything was going to be alright!
It was such a strange feeling. I wasn't upset at all. But as I pretended to be upset and mutter words of prayer for Kimiyoshi's safety, I started to feel that emotion growing inside of me. I was only pretending to be distressed to fool Keiichi, yet the emotion I feigned began welling up inside me. It felt like I was being consumed by that emotion. So the words coming from my mouth weren't words I intentionally said. They were words that that consuming emotion forced me to say. It was like someone else inside of me was doing the talking instead. And I was just watching that someone talk from a short distance away.
I should have never told him! All of this should only have been our fault. Only the four of us. It wasn't something I should have told someone else. He got killed because I told him. He got killed because he knew. He got killed because I confessed to him.
Hey, stop! If they were doing that, they would have obviously killed you before killing the mayor. It doesn't make sense. You or I should have been killed first. Why would other people die before us?
It does make sense. They must be planning to kill us last of all.
Huh? What?
They start by killing those we're close to. And after they've caused us so much pain, then they'll kill us. That must be what they're doing.
What I just said scared even me. Killing our loved ones first to harm us emotionally, and then only kill us at the height of our suffering. Oh, I felt something crawling up my spine. That's awesome. It's an awesome idea. I must not be human anymore. I really am a demon. A human could never think of such cruel things. That would be one incredible hell. Your close friends dying one at a time after being tortured. And after all that, you yourself get killed. What a great way to destroy someone's life. Why was I getting so excited about this? Because I could get going with that plan right away.
Rika-chan! It's Rika-chan!
What? What did you say just now?
I will. The truth is, I told her about it. I told Rika-chan. Today.
Rika-chan? You mean Rika-chama? The one from the Furude Shrine?
Yes, Rika-chan. I felt so scared and uneasy that I did it. I told Rika-chan.
When you did, what did you say?
The cat is worrying too much. I'll do something about it for sure. That's what Rika-chan said. I'm sorry, Shiona. I'm a bit worried about Rika-chan.
Right. If you're that concerned, then don't worry about me. Please, go find out whether she's safe.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I'll call you again tomorrow at the same time. When I do, you'll know that I'm still right. You'll know that I'm still all right.
I got it. I'll be waiting. Okay, bye. Sorry, I'm hanging up.
Keiichi hung up roughly. What a hilarious conversation with Keiichi. Everything was just too damn funny. Keiichi Maibara. Go ahead and struggle helplessly. Run all over the village and see if the curse is still alive. Go ahead and see if my enemies are still around. I laughed for a while and then calmed down. I'd already got rid of the bicycles and shoes belonging to Rika and Satoko. My house was, for the moment, taken care of. I could expect Keiichi to run around in a panic, to ask for help from someone, then ultimately come to Mion. More than likely, the youth group would end up looking for Rika like they did with the mayor. I'd probably have to endure another long night again, knowing nobody would find her. I decided to wait until the phone rang. I killed time by watching some TV until it did. Kei-chan, are you serious? I'm going to get really mad if this is a joke. I scolded Keiichi for suspecting that Rika had disappeared.
Mi-chan, if it really is a joke, don't get mad. Smile. It would be a joke, after all. We need to go make sure whether it's a joke or not.
You're right. Sorry for getting upset. Rena rebuked me. While she looked quiet, I felt that she could be very terrifying under her skin. I had no basis for that impression, but I still felt that way. I just didn't like her. I disliked her ever since that rainy day at the bus stop. It wasn't that we didn't get along, though. How should I put it? I was at a loss for how to explain. That was it. I found a good example. When I was little, I always wanted to play tennis. I had my relatives take me to a tennis court, and they all praised my skill. I was doing nothing more than hitting a ball with a racket, but they told me I was talented, and that made me happy. When I went to school, I told my classmates I played tennis, and they told me that I was talented too. Then, one of my classmates, who was usually very quiet, said she also played tennis. Not only did she play, but she took lessons. Although I bragged about my serve, I was no match for her. I felt lonely and insulted that everyone was paying attention to her and not me. She was usually very quiet, but suddenly I realized that she knew more and had a lot more experience than me. Rena at the bus stop was just like that. I thought of myself as a demon now. I'd awakened a part of me that was half human and half demon, the part that lived in Onigafuchi village. In fact, I'd already stepped into a world where normal humans couldn't go. I'd already surpassed my human limits. I genuinely thought of myself as a superior being, having transcended the realm of mortals. But when my eyes met with Rena Ryuga's, I felt what I did long ago with tennis. Why? Why did I feel that way with Rena? I'd heard that in the animal world, during battle, animals glare at each other to display their strength. Only humans have to punch or kick each other to feel superiority or inferiority. Most animals can tell just by glaring at each other. In that case, could it be the same with Rena?
Mi-chan, are you okay?
Yeah, sorry. I haven't slept since yesterday, Sorry. Keiichi climbed up a ladder and tried to peek into the window on the second floor where Rika and Satoko lived. It was my job to hold down the ladder. Rena cautioned me to hold onto it tightly.
Mi-chan, I'm going to go check the main house just to be sure, okay? I'll be right back.
Okay. Be careful. Rena ran off after that. When I looked up, I saw Keiichi trying to open a window, but all of them were locked.
What did Rena mean by main house?
Keiichi asked me from the top of the ladder. It's the Furude family's actual house. After her parents passed away, I think it's been left like that.
Right. Rika-chan's parents, they passed away, huh?
Satoko is also an orphan. Her parents fell from a cliff because of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Then her older brother, Satoshi-kun, he disappeared.
Satoshi. I've heard that name before.
He'd heard that name before? I felt anger growing inside of me. Don't you know whose desk you're using every day? You act as if it belongs to you. You drop food on it while eating lunch. You drool on it while taking a nap. Don't you know who it really belongs to? Why am I acting this way? I'm Mion. Satoshi-kun doesn't even exist anymore. He was demoned away. It's hardly Keiichi's fault that he didn't know. It really isn't his fault.
Satoko and Rika-chan have been living in the shack ever since. Neither of them has any family, but at least they're together. They help each other out. Didn't Rena say that there was a main house? Wouldn't it be easier to live there?
I think she tried that at first. She said it was hard, though, because it reminded her of her parents. After everyone in Satoko's family died, she started living with Rika. It only made sense. Satoko and Rika were best friends. They didn't care about the Hojo family or the Furude family. They had been best friends since before the dam conflict. The reason why the curse never fell upon Satoko. Rika Furude probably had a lot to do with it. That made more sense than anything else, at least. Satoko was pardoned from the curse of the Hojo family. Our Hibaki game with the $2. Satoshi used to drink water. Shion Sonozaki. Yeah. All thanks to Rika Furude's arrangements. Satoko has never been a victim on the night of Watanagashi. According to the curse system I'd uncovered, the last survivor of the Hojo family, still living in Hinamizawa, would be the perfect target for this year's curse. Therefore, whoever was responsible for executing the curse must have tried to take her life. However, nothing had happened to her, proving that Satoko had escaped from the curse. That was really and truly infuriating. She might have been the head of the Furude family, but I still couldn't accept that such a little girl had enough power to protect her best friend. Mion, no, actually, Shion. Shion must have had the same power then. Just like when Rika protected Satoko, Shion could have protected Satoshi. Damn it. Damn it.
Rika-chan and Satoko-chan. They have it hard, huh?
She's cursed.
Mion, what did you just say? I said she's cursed. Mion, why are you making that face?
Satoko Hojo.
She's been cursed by Oyashiro-sama.
I can't accept that Satoko was pardoned from the curse, although she was a member of the cursed Hojo family. She was one of the cursed Hojos. Satoshi-kun wasn't pardoned, but Satoko was. She was cursed, but she got away. She escaped the curse, but Satoshi-kun didn't. I can't accept that! In fact, Satoko should have been the one to be cursed the most. She cornered Satoshi-kun physically and emotionally. That was why things got weirder and weirder. And in the end, everything went crazy. When I think back on it, it was Satoko who I hated most of all. She cornered Satoshi-kun. And as a result, Satoshi-kun disappeared. She started it. She caused it! If only she hadn't been there. Just as Rika Furude and Satoko had lived happily, maybe there had been a happy future for me too. Maybe Satoshi-kun and I could have started our lives together in Okinomiya. Yes, if I look both at the beginning and the end, it's so obvious. Satoko's existence caused everything. Satoshi-kun had to kill his aunt because of Satoko. The three families used that need to create the curse, and then they killed him. The police were convinced he just ran away, but he'd never do that. He was the type of person who always did his best at everything, all by himself. He was doing the very best he could for his only sister, yet he was forced to vanish. He worked so hard for Satoko, and though he was living just for her, he was erased. Poor Satoshi-kun. He was so underappreciated. That girl knew no gratitude. She was cursed. If you got near her, you'd meet the same fate. You'd be cursed to die, or disappear. That really was it. She was the main cause behind it all. She wormed her way into Rika Furude's good graces, and that was why the curse fell upon Satoshi-kun. She should have died first, and Satoshi-kun would still be alive. If he was alive, I could have done something for him. I can't forgive her.
I can't forgive Satoko. I can't forgive that girl. There can be no peace with her. There can be no peace! She was the perfect target for the curse of 1983. The curse of Oyashiro-sama. Rika Furude, the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama. Rika was dead. The reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama has died. There was no more god in Hinamizawa to deliver the curse. I'm the one who has to deliver it now. I am Mion Sonozaki, the head of the Sonozaki family, one of the 3 families of Onigafuchi. Now that all of the heads of the 3 families are gone, there's nobody to surpass me. I will deliver the curse of Oyashiro-sama, and nobody else. I'll deliver it. I am the curse. I've become Oyashiro-sama. I felt hot bubbles boiling over deep inside of me. I could tell the demon inside of me wanted to roar. I noticed Keiichi was looking down at me. Calm down, Mion. He can't tell what you're thinking. Calm down. Calm down. At that point, I heard footsteps coming closer. I saw 4 or 5 adults, accompanied by Rena, running towards us with flashlights in their hands. One of them opened the lock on the cabin door and we all went inside. Of course, there was nobody there. Satoko and Rika lived alone. I doubted Satoko would have left a note saying she was going over to the Sonozaki house when Rika was there already. But it wouldn't be fun if she had. Because of that, I hurried into the room ahead of Rena to make sure that there was nothing left behind. The rumor of Rika and Satoko's disappearance spread around the village quickly. More and more villagers gathered at the Furude Shrine. Acting in place of the head of the Sonozaki family, I commanded them to search the village. The villagers nodded and scattered. How long had it been since the last time I was truly Mion? I felt so pleased that my body almost went numb. Lots of villagers went in and out of the shrine. They yelled at each other that she was nowhere to be found. Some suggested other places to look, and they all left. They made a lot of noise with their comings and goings. Members of the Women's Association brought out huge pots and gas cookers from the storage and got ready to cook for the men. That was when I noticed Keiichi unsteadily walking toward a corpse of dark pine trees. What was he thinking? How stupid of him to be alone on a night like this. If a person responsible for executing the curse was nearby, he wouldn't come back safely.
Mion-chan, we all went around Osaka Lake, but we didn't find anything. We tried to light up the pond, but we're gonna have to wait until the sun is up.
Okay, thanks for your hard work. The women are making some miso soup, so please rest up and have some.
Mion-chan, do you know where they usually park their bicycles?
No. They probably parked them at the bottom of the stairs leading up here. I don't think that they'd come up while carrying them.
We can't find their bicycles. Where'd they go? If they left on their bikes, they could have gone pretty far. Maybe even as far as the town. In that case, we'll have to look outside of Hinamizawa. By the way, who first noticed that Rika-chama was gone?
Oh, it was Kei-chan. He suddenly had a hunch.
That Maibara kid, huh? He's a little suspicious. Speaking of which, why hasn't the Maibara family shown up when we're in a crisis like this? The Maibara still haven't joined the town council, so they're not in the youth group's phone directory. Oh, really? Well, ain't no helping it then. They joined, didn't they? I think it's just that their name isn't in the directory yet. The last time we updated it was at the beginning of the year. They just moved here, so that's why they aren't on it. That Maibara kid's hunch is still suspicious. They do say that the first one on the scene is the most suspicious. Where did he go? I saw him walking towards the pine trees. Can someone go get him?
Conveniently, I saw Keiichi and Rena walking back toward us. Kei-chan, where did you go? I was worried you disappeared too.
Sorry.
It looked like nothing had happened to Keiichi. If so, that's fine. That means I took care of all of my enemies.
Oh my. I knew I smelled something good coming from over here. I'd be much obliged if you'd allow me to have some.
I heard the loud, sticky voice of a middle-aged man. It was Oishi. He must be confused about this year's incident. The scale of the curse this time is nothing like the previous ones. Oishi's information network is about equal to or better than the elders of the town council. In other words, he could easily uncover a rumor that was circulating through the underside of the village. He must have came here to see if the disappearances of Kimiyoshi and Rika had something to do with the changing of the lock on the ritual storehouse's door. The police will come for me sooner or later. I am Mion Sonozaki. By removing all of the heads of the 3 families, my enemies, I have become the head in their place. I can't allow Mion Sonozaki to continue existing. I have to destroy the existence of the head of the Sonozaki family. When I destroy my own position, that is when my revenge will come to an end. More than likely, I'll have Oishi witness my final moments. My eyes and Oishi met. And, oh, sorry. My throat was just feeling a little scratchy there for a second. Damn it. He thinks I'm suspicious already. You're right, Oishi. I did it. Mion Sonozaki, the head of the Sonozaki family, is the culprit. God. Oh boy. Notebook page 195.
Rika Furude. She was the head of the Furude family, but she never even appeared at most of the important meetings. Even if she did show up, nobody would ask for her opinion, so it never really mattered if she was there or not. A legend in the Furude family says that if their first unborn child is a girl for 8 generations in a row, that 8th girl would be the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama.
Atropos of the $2. Have you tried scratching your throat? Oh no, that's a good point. Maybe I should.
According to Takano-san's research, Rika Furude is very likely to be the one. Surely she must be an important icon in the cult of Oyashiro-sama. The true believers are devoted to her. So it's quite surprising to me that Rika Furude herself was the assassin. It's unbelievable. It's just too abnormal. Usually a VIP like her wouldn't be the one to assassinate someone. It's possible that it was a Rika Furude look-alike. From the way she moved, she seemed experienced in fighting. It's not normal that a small girl like her would jump at me without faltering. I just got lucky because I had a stun gun. Without it, I don't know what would have happened. She was far more skilled than she looked. Was she trained as an assassin? Or was it a body double? Everything is a mystery, including that creepy syringe. What's going on? I can't understand. She was like an apparition or something. Did Oryo Sonozaki know of her existence? What's hiding on the underside of this village? That underside might run much deeper than I thought.
Notebook page 196.
At this point, I believe that I can complete my revenge by destroying the curse system entirely. That means that I have to eliminate the heads of all 3 families. The successor, Shion, and the assassins who were after Keiichi. Although Keiichi is completely unguarded, he hasn't been attacked so far. Even though I told everybody that he was one of the trespassers. In fact, it's me who's being attacked. Rika Furude attacked me. According to my theory, Keiichi should make for very attractive bait, but nobody has done anything to harm him. Since Rika Furude attacked me, it might be that opposing the Furude family is a greater taboo than trespassing in the ritual storehouse. Rika Furude had said that the intrusion wasn't a big deal. She sounded like she was going to let Keiichi walk. And after I accused her of that, Rika Furude attacked me that very night. Are there 2 different factions? Does one handle trespassers in the ritual storehouse, while the other protects the religious doctrines of the Furude family? No, that doesn't make sense. Tomitake-san's death must have been caused by the Furude family's injections. Rika showed me the effect of it herself, clawing out her own throat and dying like that. But Tomitake-san shouldn't have been subject to the curse, at least according to the system of the Furude family. I don't understand why Keiichi hasn't been attacked. Did he have something exempting him from the curse, unlike Takano-san? Just like how only Satoko Hojo was spared? Keiichi is a friend of Rika Furude's, so does that mean that if you were close to her, you wouldn't be cursed? Was she more important than the whole system? That's impossible. The hag was at the top of the curse system. Rika couldn't have been higher up than her. Scribble, scribble. Are these multiple ways to determine the subject of the curse? Are there as many curse execution groups as there are subjects? And do they all work separately? It's a mess. None of my theories add up. If I mess up my reasoning, I might make the wrong person the target of my revenge. I don't understand who the enemy is, or how Satoshi-kun was made to disappear. How much did the hag know? That really was a huge loss. I have so many things I wanted to ask her. I killed her by accident. Shit! In that respect, I've already failed in my revenge. The underside of Hinamizawa really does run too deep. Scribble, scribble.
The whole page is blacked out with scribbles. And that, everybody, is where we are going to be stopping for tonight. But, as always, stick around for theory discussion and fan art. Hooray! While I am pulling up artwork, though, I thought that would probably be a good time to talk about what I've been wanting to talk about for a while, that I had been mentioning, that I wasn't able to say before. And that is, now that we know the backstory details about Shion and Mion being switched right before the ceremonial tattoo, thus having, you know, their entire childhoods swapped and, like, basically, you know, having to switch places permanently. I think that most of Shion's feelings towards Satoko and her whole situation is literally just projection. It's literally just, like, you know, because, you know, she talks about, like, oh, you were such a burden on Satoshi, you did all of this stuff, and Satoshi had to stick up for you, you should have, you know, like, just dealt with it on your own. Literally, I think it's just because she's like, well, I had all of everything stolen from me for the sake of my younger sister, because I stepped up to try to protect my younger sister, and look what that got me. But I dealt with it on my own. I put my head down and I shut up and I stopped crying about it. So you should do the same thing, because I overcame it, but you should too. Like, you know, it's just, yeah. It sucks. It's really sad, and it's pretty shitty. But, like, you know, it's, given everything, it's, yeah. You can understand, like, obviously it's a terrible conclusion to come to, but given her circumstances, it's like, well, I understand where that came from, I suppose. Yeah. But anyway, can you believe, like I said, that bit of backstory is literally not in the anime at all, and they never mention it? Kind of just makes all of Shion's actions look, like, way more inexplicable and random in the anime. And, like, you have so much less reason to, like, understand what her character is supposed to be. Which is why that is very particularly frustrating. Arabaki Gaming with the $2. Higurashi VN might be really good. Perhaps great. True! That being said, that was all I really wanted to get to with that. I'm sure I'll say some more as you guys talk about spoilers and theories and stuff. But yeah, please feel free to get to spoilers. I didn't mean to hold you up with my thing that I've been waiting to say for a very long time. But there you go. Oh my god. All right. I think that should be all of the art pulled up, so let's start reading some of what you guys are saying. Yeah, do not talk about spoilers. So, let's see. Fun fact, a snippet of this knife scene is the preview for the Watanagashi arc in the anime, so the beginning of episode 5 or something might be one reason I fell off Higu for a long while. Yep, it sucks! I don't know why in the fuck they thought that was a good idea. I can only assume Chiaki-kon just really didn't like that plot twist if it's not even in Go. I can't remember. Did Kon direct Go? I can't remember actually. Hold on, let me look that up real quick. Higurashi Go director. No. The director of Go was not Chiaki-kon. But that being said, yeah, I don't know. I genuinely can't wrap my head around why that would have been removed from the anime, to be honest. And to be clear, I don't mean to, like, shit on Chiaki-kon that much, either, because I honestly think some of Kon's direction work in the series is actually really good. It's just that, you know, the anime was not exactly in a position to be its best self, given the amount of episodes and budget that it had. But that decision in particular is extremely confusing to me. That serious moment with Rika when she first goes to attack Shion, did Rika's eyes go blank in the same way Mion and Rena's do, or did hers look more lively than theirs? It doesn't. I don't think it looks like they go like hollow like that now. It's just that she had a different sprite than she's ever shown before. Like, we haven't seen that sprite of hers yet up to this point. When Shion mentioned something she can't forgive Mion for, I thought it was the nail scene. Man. Yeah, that sibling resentment has sort of been building in the background, like, literally their entire childhood because of all of this. It's just that, you know, it's really come to a peak now. It is mentioned in the manga adaptation of Go/Meguri, I think. Yes, it is mentioned in the manga for the sequel, I believe. I believe you are correct about that. Which is strange that they mention it there, but not in the anime, but whatever. Gona. I find the villagers' extreme reaction to breaking into the storehouse so interesting. It's less about how bad the action actually is, and more about how they convince themselves that whoever is cursed deserved and it was their fault. If they were good and listened to the rules, it would have been fine. We listened to Oyashiro-sama, so this would never happen to us, right? Yeah. Yeah. Grifters. Okay, so less of a theory, but more of analysis about the Shmion thing. I didn't really want to say it because it's a kind of complex topic, and it's tough to reveal less than charitable background info, but God, Shion and Mion make so much sense now. I was thinking earlier that Shion kept saying that she wasn't jealous of Mion, which was really weird. Oh, okay, you're still in the middle of yours. Sorry to catch you in the middle there. I will get to that in a moment. To be fair, the Meguri manga does a completely different story involving what's actually going on instead of Sotsu was doing the characters, so that's why the reveal is there, but it'd be hella spoilers to explain. Yeah, let's definitely pivot away from the Go and Sotsu stuff a little bit. We don't want to get too into that. They haven't mentioned air conditioning in a while, but I still believe in aircon gate. Dedication.
Okay, yeah. I was thinking earlier that Shion kept saying that she wasn't jealous of Mion, which was really weird. You don't have to say that when you're not having jealous feelings. Her accusing Mion of having always been jealous of her feels like a confirmation of that complex feelings of envy for Mion's situation. Yeah, definitely. And it's like, you can definitely understand why she would suspect that, too, because it's like, with the way that completely uprooted her life and, like, basically forced her to become, quote-unquote, the inferior twin after she was, living in the privileged position and then got thrown down to the bottom, like, she would obviously suspect that, Mion would be kind of out to steal it from under her with everything that was going on. But we just have to take Mion's word for it that, that is not what she wanted to do and that she literally did not know any better, which I believe. I don't really think that Mion is the type of person who would have intentionally done that, but to Shion in the moment, it's it's not exactly going to be easy to convince her of something like that. While expressing how I do think she genuinely believes she is better than Mion, even the smallest of differential treatments can breed some resentment between two really close siblings. Yes, definitely. TBH also, how would she have known? Not literally, yeah. It's how, I will get to Furudad in a minute whenever we get the rest of Grifter's thing. I did also want to mention, I've always, like, kind of been of the belief, too, that, like, I really think this Rika death she was already pretty over the deep end by this point, but I think it definitely fully threw her over the deep end at that point. Because, the way she describes it is, like, it's such a very, like, almost like ethereal, raw kind of thing where, like, she is observing a person's death in, like, the truest sense for the very first time, like, because you have to keep in mind, she's a child. Like, she has never seen something like this with her own eyes before. She has never been exposed to something so visceral and horrific. The whole, like, idea of, like, watching somebody and trying to observe the moment where they stop being a living person and become a corpse. And, like, how weird that vague defining line is, especially during something so brutalistic. You know what I mean? It's kind of why I think she just, like, starts screaming and howling, because she has, like, no idea how to process any of what she is seeing. Suspicious of Mion because of her trust issues. Oh, wait, let me catch the end of that last message again. She's so suspicious of Mion because of her trust issues, and she, like with Satoko, projects what she feels onto someone else. Feeling jealous of your siblings seems to be a common thing in... Yeah. I agree. I definitely agree. Shion does have it is a bit of a running thing with Shion where she has a difficult time sort of understanding other people's perspective on their emotions. Like, if it's something that she would think of, then she naturally thinks to believe that someone else would think it as well. See. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to do, Jupiter. I
even though obviously Shion was born as Mion and Mion was born as Shion. I'm going to use the names for them that we've already known up until now because it just makes it easier to understand who we're talking about. Seems to be a common thing in abusive and neglectful household, and it really fucks with your relationships. In my experience, especially when one sibling is treated better, it just gets really fucked up. We joke about Trion, but yeah. I think it's probably good there's not a third. Like, God, I can only imagine how it would get worse. I think if there was a third, Oreo definitely would have killed one of them. I think there was no way around it if at that point she'd be like, nope, fuck it. One of these kids has gotta go. Dark Every Heart. That's something heavily present in her thoughts about Satoshi at this point. She is projecting so hard that she has forgotten details of what Satoshi was really like. He loved his sister and does not see her the way Shion is projecting her own situation with Mion onto them. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, Shion doesn't really know exactly everything about Satoshi in that regard, but she is obviously going, like, she's filling in some blanks, so to speak. Like, I would feel this way about it, so you're going to feel this way about it also. Though, I mean, like, you know, not to say that Satoshi doesn't love Satoko, obviously, he does. But as we have seen, Satoshi even himself isn't necessarily, like, free from feeling frustrated with the situation as well. There is a little bit of nuance there. It's just not the way that Shion thinks it is. Okay, I'm gonna read the Furudad from Seditious now. Furudad theory. The only time we know exactly what Akasaka was doing is in the volcanic gas incident ending, where he is unaware that Riko is pleading for help. Considering he ends that by stating he'd avenge her death by finding the truth, what would he do if he knew in advance? I say that he arrived in time for the Watanagashi, then met up with Rika during the time that she wasn't present during the three-family meeting. Well, she already had her plan in order. She told Akasaka all he had to do was pretend to be Keiichi's dad for a short while to avoid arousing suspicion. Since she didn't disclose the plan to him to avoid his interference, he had no way of knowing if her disappearance was a part of the plan. He only knew the plan failed upon discovery of her body, at which point we know he stopped playing the role as Keiichi's dad, did not appear after Keiichi went to the hospital. Akasaka also acts as an extra safeguard to guard Keiichi from anyone who might target him due to Shion revealing that they went to the ritual storehouse. Since Rika said that she'd keep him safe, this seems like the best way to do it. Keiichi's mom can explain his disappearance in the short term as having been due to a sudden work trip as well, since he went to Tokyo all the time anyways. All in all, this does not break Furudad theory in the slightest. I'm so glad that Akasaka is now also Keiichi's dad. The substitute Keiichi's dad, if you will. Gona, now that we know the drug is real, who do you guys think killed Tomitake? I think the drug comes from Iria's clinic. I already talked about how suspicious it was the small villager has a big fancy clinic. Well, hey now, you're making some leaps. We don't know everything about that syringe. We don't know for a fact if that is just some mysterious drug that makes you claw your throat out. You know, we don't know everything about that. I still think Takano killed Tomitake. For what purpose, I don't know. Fair enough. Better stick with the classics. Creepy lady, always a reliable suggestion. Tomitake tripped and fell on the syringe and then ate it, so there was no evidence. I'm like thinking of the Tomitake with like the like neck shaped like a syringe, like we out of injections. Just, how could she seriously believe a gentle, sweet person like Satoshi would ever be happy about his sister being killed / disappearing? Definitely projecting. I mean, I don't think she said that. She said that he would be upset, but that, you know, he would eventually be able to overcome it, I guess. But, like, yeah, she never said that he would be, like, happy about it. Kitty with the 2 pounds. God forbid women have hobbies. Yeah, you know? Do you think Akasaka does the voice too? He probably does a better voice.
Oh, Dad, you're feeling a lot better today, aren't you?
Yes. Yes, Cage. Gona. She does work at the clinic and planned her death, which, by the way, unhinged that Takano either tracked and killed someone whose dental records matched hers, or she stole a body from the morgue. I just... rolling up to the morgue like it's a drive-through. 1 body, please. I mean, yes, I agree with you, Jess. I'm not saying that he would get over it easily. I'm just saying that is what, like, she thinks that that's what she's telling herself, is that he'll get over it eventually. Where did it scrolled me? Okay, there we go. You can also see that resentment in the Hojo siblings, actually very different though because of the age gap, I believe. Yeah, I think that's probably what makes it a bit different in Satoshi's situation at the very least. I can't speak to exactly how he would react if, you know, the situation were the same, but you know, Satoko was like the same age as him or something. But I would definitely have to wager a guess that he does feel like, you know, his sympathy can't be drained quite as easily because, you know, he's like, well, she's a little fucking kid, like, you know, she's literally not doing anything wrong. I mean, not that she would be either way, but you know what I mean. Like, there's less room for that sort of sibling infighting if you know, are predisposed to you know, feel sympathetic towards a small child, which I would hope that you were. It's interesting having a perspective that aligns with both Mion and Shion, and also knowing so much about my own sister's mindset just makes me like, I need to do a full analysis on them when... Oh. 2 out of 2 not posted yet. But also remember, Tomitake is a robot. Glass is a tasty snack to him. True! He drinks oil and stuff, too. I see you're all speculating about that little exclamation of Rika's, by the way. No comment. No comment on that. Okay. Need to do a full analysis on them when this is all over. This is the second time in a month the characters reminded me of my sister, less so in the case of the twins. The other is Eva Sunaka, who is like my sister if she was worse. So I don't know what is up with that. That's quite a comparison. But yeah, I mean, you understand. You guys understand why the twins are probably 2 of like my favorite written characters in the series. I think that they're extremely fascinating. Extremely fucking messy and extremely sad, but very interesting though. Between Robo Tomitake and Furuda, we're getting some friendship as witchcraft type lore here. I think that we should continue. Oh boy. Then I guess
before I move on, I did want to kind of steer the discussion a little bit because I'm interested in hearing people's theories. Because, you know, this stream in particular has really gone hard into Shion's theories concerning how the curse is carried out and stuff like that. And its origin and stuff like that. I know that there are a lot of you who are suspicious of the Sonozakis. I know there are a lot of you who aren't. I'm just kind of curious to see if anybody's, like, in the chat on either side of this debate has been swayed one way or the other, or has, you know, like, changed their position, or what do you think? What do you think about that? I think she's just wrong, TBH. Fair enough. Yes and no. Okay. Both is right. All right. I'm interested to see how you would explain that. I don't know. Feels like Shion is mostly right, but missing some key detail. Okay, fair enough. Schrodinger's box approach. My position is that I know the answer. Well, yeah. If you know the answer, then you can't tell us. Could go either way. Okay. I'm not sure. I must watch it again. ERA, you've been all over these. You've been really trying to work this shit out. Like, I don't think this shit is as organized. Okay. That's a fair explanation. 'Cause yeah, like, Shion's overall view of this definitely depends on there being, like, a really worked out sort of system in place for how everything occurs. My position, it was the psyop of the communist aliens from Alpha Centauri who are also master ninjas who studied by the blade. yeah, you know, okay. I mean, ultimately, Shion can't be totally right because this is episode 5, lol. Don't metagame me. Atropos, Shion is cooking. Who knows if she's cooking something good, but she sure is cooking. True. Gona, I still don't think the Sonozakis or the villagers are directly responsible because no one knows everything. They just assumed Oreo told someone else to do it, but I don't think she actually did it. Okay, that's also a fair perspective for sure, because we have gotten a lot of people sort of deferring on that one whenever asked about anything really particularly specific. Seditious, definitely thinking there's more curse than Sonozaki here for now, since the three families largely seem to have no clue what's going on and are just going with it since the targets are their enemies. Grifters, I think it's unorganized, frankly. There is definitely some Sonozakis that are doing stuff, EX Oreo, but I don't think that it could even be an organized effort at this point. Oyashiro-sama's curse is so confusing to me. Yep, it should be. Jadariel, I'm in an awkward position where I'm spoiled on certain details, but not the whole scope. Glad I didn't already know the twins reveal, though. Yeah, it hits hard, doesn't it? I remember reading the VN for the first time after I had only watched the anime as a kid, and when I got to this part, I was like, I was fucking stunned. I was like, what? They what? Wait, what do you mean? What? And being like, why isn't that in the anime? Why did you never tell me about that? Gona, like Mion and Kimiyoshi said Satoshi is in the well, but we know the cops didn't find Satoshi's body. That's true. That's a good point. They did dig into that well, and they did not find Satoshi's body. Kitty, I'm doubting the couple of bits of info I had before going into the series. It doesn't make sense anymore. Saying no more than that. Well, I mean, you know, always room for things to come together in a way that you don't expect, I suppose. But I don't know what it is that you've been spoiled on, so. Not that I would tell you anyway, of course, but. Twinkling Photon, I want to rewatch that part of the stream. Your acting was so good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Grifters. So there's probably some people who are in on it, but it's not a concentrated effort. There's also probably people who are killing people because they can reasonably get away with it, Satoshi. Yeah, I mean, like, we pretty much know. Like, we don't have 100% proof, but we pretty much know that Satoshi killed his aunt. So, obviously that's not, like, you know, the villagers colluding or, you know, a supernatural event or whatever. But, you know, what does that mean? Hedgiar, I don't know whether it's a town-wide conspiracy or a supernatural curse, but I'm always impressed by just how much Ryukishi 07 is able to keep us guessing. Very true. Ryukishi is very good at steering you into different directions and making you continuously go back and forth on what you think is true. Gona, Shion is right that because of Orio's attitude, the villagers believe someone dying on the Watanagashi means they're an enemy, they deserve it, and people like Satoshi and Keiichi take advantage of that. That's a very fair read. Very fair. ERA, I'm just surprised at how much the perspective of Mion has changed. Shion has been away all time. However, Mion has seen, done, and heard stuff that made her strong. She might just feel powerless with Shion. Which, by the way, you guys have been some of you guys have been so mean to Mion since Watanagashi because of what you thought was going on. Now that you know what's going on, apologize to my goat. Go over to her and tell her that you're sorry. Because you were on her ass ever since then. Saying that you were suspicious of her every time she showed up. She didn't do anything wrong. Mion literally hasn't done anything wrong. For sure, the VN's a different experience from the anime. Also in the horror aspect, I think Higurashi relies a lot on inner monologue, which is obviously harder to do in a different format. Yeah, definitely. I think that's probably one of the the biggest difficulties of the anime. Grifters. Also, Rika was weird as fuck before she died. Like, how did she last that long? Some of this stuff is also supernatural influence, like the swamp creature of Oyashiro-sama fame. Fair enough question, though, for sure. Oyashiro includes all the letters for Yoshi, so maybe woman Mio Takano really is meant to be an anagram for I'm a not okay, and she actually is Mario, just bad with fire flowers, hence being burned. God. I'm just gonna, like, I need to see, like, somebody draw, like, Takano in, like, the Mario overalls and, like, hat with the fake mustache, and, like, Tomitake dressed as, like, Luigi as her, like, +1 to her stupid Halloween party. Nozo. God, I'm excited to see Silent Hill F. It feels like, from what I'm gathering, Ryukishi basically always either hits it out of the park or misses completely, and I'm super interested to see which it'll be. I have faith in my goat. I have faith in my goat on this one. I feel like he's going to do a good job. I'm hoping that I'm not going to have to take an L on that one. I think he's going to do it. Cybernetic Silver. I do think there's some supernatural stuff, but, like, it's like us. It's more watching the things happening and not interfering. After all, the footsteps so far are just footsteps. Interesting. Even if she killed all those people, I would still stand me on. You know what? Fair enough. I think their bodies just did that. I think the Rika thing might just be Shion's adrenaline from the fight, making Shion perceive time as power than it was, slower than it was. Perhaps. Gona, I agree the supernatural is real. Multiple different people are experiencing the same phenomenon. Wait, that's just Mr. L. Oh my god, I forgot about Mr. L. Why not make Tomitake Princess Peach? I mean, okay, yeah, you know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. We could do that. We could do that. After Higurashi, will you read Kikonia? I'm curious. Probably not. I'm probably not going to stream Kikonia. I don't say that because I don't want to read it. I think it would be fun.
But for right now, because it's not finished, I think that it would just be like, I don't know. I wouldn't want to start on it on a stream series before it's done. Because then we would just hit the end, and then you would have to wait like however many years until Ryukishi writes the next part to get another stream of it, and I think that would be kind of unfortunate. So, nah, not for now. When we finish Higurashi, we'll have to find some other cool, fun visual novel that I have to shove into your brains and make you obsess over until all you can think about is that thing. You know, thing that I have, the power that I am able to wield, apparently. Tsukihime. No. Well, maybe Tsukihime Remake could be a stream at some point. The original Tsukihime, I don't know about that. Been meaning to read Okamikakshi at some point. Is it any good? I don't know. I have not read Okamikakshi. I've been wanting to at some point, but I don't know about it. Higanbana, I don't know. Like you said, the subject matter is a little rough. I'm not 100% sure if I would read Higanbana on a stream. I would honestly, like, I would have to go back and reread Higanbana myself. Or, like, read it, rather. Sorry. To kind of get a full gauge of, like, what I would want to do with that, if I would ever do that. Higanbana is not appropriate for this, in my opinion. Yeah, I kind of agree. And it's one of those things, too, where it's like, I love Ryukishi's work, don't get me wrong. I love streaming Ryukishi novels and talking about them with you guys. But, I mean, like, at the end of the day, too, part of this whole thing, part of this whole stream series extravaganza that I've been doing for these things is, like, yeah, I do enjoy trying to make these stories a little bit more accessible, but you know, at the same time, I do want to encourage more people to, like, go out and read more VNs for themselves, and this is kind of a way to sort of get people into that format and realize that, like, you know, just because it's intimidating, you know, lengths of texts and stuff like that, like, you know, you can do it. Like, you know, sure, yeah, it's a little tough and it's a little easier to have people read to you, but, you know, you can go out there, you could just read a book. You can even just read a little bit every day. You don't have to read for 5 hours every week. I feel like the vast majority of VNs are out of the question because of sexual content. I wouldn't say the vast majority. I think that's a bit of a generalization. I mean, yes, there are a lot of VNs that have sexual content, but I wouldn't say the vast majority at all. There are tons of good VNs out there that are not 18 plus, or at least not 18 plus in that way. Have no idea how much I kill for you to read Steins Gate. If you're comfortable, I know the Luca stuff can be rough. Yeah, I've been, like, I have Steins Gate. I've been meaning to get around to it. I've never read it before. I am aware of the Luca stuff, though, because I watched some of the early anime when I was in high school, and that definitely gave me a bit of a sour impression of some of Steins Gate. But I have heard very good things about it other than that, so I would be down to at least check it out on my own time, for sure. I didn't see the Yumineko stream, so I plan to read that myself after. I mean, I encourage it. I definitely encourage that. But I don't know if everybody knows this, I guess. But yeah, I keep all VODs on my channel, for the record. So if you've ever missed a stream and you're like, ah, shit, you know, I wish I'd caught that stream. Oh well, it's still there. You can just still go to my live tab. They're still there. You can watch them all. But I don't know if that was necessarily what you were saying or anything. I just wanted to bring that up because I know people had said that before.
I mean, for what it's worth, Just a Person, a lot of VNs go on sale a lot, and they're usually pretty cheap. So, you know, I understand where you're coming from, but sometimes you just gotta go out on a limb. It's like going to the library and picking a book off the shelf and being like, will I like this? I don't know. I can't really tell by just looking at it. Let's give it a try. Let's see. Maybe some of the key VNs that Ryukishi said inspired him, like Canon Air Clanad. Maybe someday. That's another one of those things that I actually, like myself, have not gotten around to most of the key VNs. So I would probably want to read them on my own first before like doing like any kind of stream related thing to them. But I wouldn't close off the idea because I know that they're very much classics and they are definitely stuff that I want to get around to eventually. Try to speedrun writing the VN I've been working on to finish it somehow perfectly in sync with the Higurashi stream's ending, so there's another ready to read it. Maybe it'll work. No, it won't. I understand, though. I really do. I haven't talked much about it. I've mentioned it, like, here and there, but I really do, at some point in the future, want to write my own VN, probably multiple, but I have one idea in particular that I have pretty well fleshed out at this point that I've been thinking about a lot lately, and I would love to be able to actually, you know, sit down and do that, and eventually maybe if I did do that, then, you know, wouldn't that be fun and self-indulgent to just do a stream series of my own goddamn VN? That'd be fun. That'd be funny. But I don't know. We'll see. NezumiVN. Oh my god. True. Very true. But yeah, I wish I could tell you guys more about that, but I can't really at the moment. I can't really tell you anything about that. Hold on. Kind of curious, though. Where... God, I have so many fucking folders. Yeah. Here. I'll give you one little preview. One little thing. That is a bit of concept art that I drew for the thing that I was just talking about. Yay. Okay, anyway. Enough of that. Anyway, yeah, I think we've talked enough at this point, so let's go ahead and get to fan art time now. So let's turn off our little thinker. And where is the fan art tab? There it is. There we go. All right. Starting off with this from Dumpompon on Blue Sky. Higurashi memes I made. I gave Tomitake a fat ass to make up for, you know, my cute girlfriend, me doing whatever the hell she wants. True! I would also do this if Takano asked me to. Oh my god. And besides, he's gonna be fine. He's a robot. You know, it'll be okay. And then also there's this.
Sparkle on! It's Wednesday! Don't forget to be yourself!
Marcy, that's not a good thing. Listen, don't judge me. I can have whatever response to an untrustworthy woman I want.
I don't trust her, but that means nothing for my relationship. Exactly. Yeah, very good. Thank you. Next up, also on Blue Sky, we have these from Akimichi. That's Akimichii on Blue Sky. Two little things I did while listening to this arc previous streams. The first one is Shion reacting to hallucinating Satoshi. What the hell? Sure. And the second one came to me in a vision. Alright, let's see. If you two are stoned, and I'm drunk as shit, who's driving the car? Jesus Christ. Yeah, well, I guess we know how everybody's disappearing this year. God, guys. Oh, man. That's very good. Very good work indeed. Oh my god, that was what the cat eyes really were. They were just stoned out of their minds. Next, we have this from Chiyoko Arts on Blue Sky. For tonight, I drew one of the Sonozaki twins in the torture chamber. Now, which one of them it is, that's never easily distinguishable. Boy. That hurts. The texturing here, too. I have to say, I know I've complimented your ability to do some pretty hard-hitting pieces lately, but I think in particular using your specific strengths with coloring to get less into the like happy painterly sort of like texture and more in the grungy sort of like bloody speckled sort of texture is really, really good use of your talents. I really like that. I think that's very cool. I'll get to that in a second, yes. But yeah, absolutely fantastic work there. As always, obviously, but really, really captured it very well here. Moving on over to Tumblr, we have this from Dingo's Trash. They're sisters, that's why it hurts so much. Meikashi Hen is an arc I both hate and love, but the hate is just because it hurts so much. The twins are both such excellently written characters. Arhabaki with the $2. Thank you, Chiyoko, using your art skills for Max Payne. Yeah, Max Payne? You mean like the video game? No, but yeah, this is really, really good. Especially, don't think I didn't catch the fact that, that Shion here has her horns removed. Like broken off at the end, as, you know, as like literally like a visual metaphor for having her original identity and position in the family stripped away from her. That's really fucking good. I mean, it hurts me quite significantly. How dare you? But really, really good use of a visual metaphor here. This is really, really well done. I think that you always contribute really good stuff, but it is I like to see more serious art in this vein from you, because you do a really fantastic job with it every time. Next up, we have this from Heiji Art. Hinamizawa forever. I had fun with last week's drawing, but it made me realize how rusty I've gotten while focusing on other projects. This week I wanted to get back into it with something fun, and since cartoons is the most fun to draw, I decided to draw the Hinamizawa kids together in their wonderful village where nothing ever goes wrong. It probably isn't clear by looking at it, but I did spend more than an hour working on this one. It's probably clear by looking at it, but I did spend more than an hour working on this one. Yeah, I bet you sure did, because this is fantastic. I love this style. This is so adorable. The shape language is really fun. It says a lot about each character in really, like, subtle ways. I really like the sort of, like, distinctions you can see with Mion and Shion in particular, even though you can obviously see their similarities. Keiichi is just perfect. I don't know what to say about it. Like, I mean, all of them are perfect. But like, yeah. Also, what you did with the background is really nice as well. Yeah, this is just a fantastic work. I would kill Higurashi creepy sound effect playing. I would kill for like some kind of print of something like this or something. I would love to like put this up on my wall. It's very snazzy. But yeah, very good work. Like it a lot. This should have been the art style for the anime. True. No, if it Arabaki Gaming, that's just kind of like, God, isn't that literally like a throwback to my like earliest fucking Higurashi video that I made years ago? Which, by the way, if you're in the middle of watching this stream series, you should not go back and watch that, because you'll probably be able to pick out some pretty obvious spoilers from some things. But yeah, there's just like, I'd kill to get to see it someday. Kill to get to see it someday. But yeah. Anywho. And now moving on over to the Discord. First off, we have this from... Let me scroll up. Rahela. Part 3 of my Guide to Troubled Higurashi series. Shion is fucking pissed. Yeah. I think if I were getting this look, I would be already halfway across town. I would be getting the fuck out of there. I would be gone. Goodbye. I'm getting on a jumbo jet and leaving. Well, actually, with how things are right now, I don't know that I'd be getting on a jumbo jet, but I digress. Very good though. Very strong expression work here. From Gloomy, not able to join stream tonight due to family coming in, but I remember drawing this while the trend was still hot. I hope you're all having fun. God, I was thinking this in the back of my head when this part came up, so I'm glad that somebody submitted something like this. Very good meme. Redraw, Gloomy. God. And speaking of memes, Tab with I heard the request for audio motorcycle, instructions unclear. My fucking God. This is so fucking... I don't even know what to say about this. Like, it's really well done. Like, it's really well drawn. You did a very good job with this. However, like, what do I say to that? Like, how do I explain my reaction to this? This one goes on the fridge. That's true. This one goes on the fridge. Oh my God. No, for real though, motorbikes are really hard to draw. So like, yeah, you did a really fantastic job on this. Like, memes aside, just like the technical aspects of this are really impressive. You did a very good job on this, Dev. Thank you for realizing my most horrifying nightmares, and manifesting them into reality. Last minute drawings for the stream from Evie Curry. We have the ladder action. Mion, you good? Huh? What are you talking about? This is normal. Yeah, Takano, Mario, and Yoshi Tomitake. Yoshitake. Some sad Shions, and dead Rika and Satogo. This sucks. Jeez. These are all really good. You always do a fantastic job with these. I really like this Rika here. You did a great job with that. Yeah, these are all fantastic. I always love the stuff that you submit, Evie, but I can't compliment your art style enough. Even in little doodles, you bring a lot of life to the characters very well. And let's go through one little last roll through there.
Actually, while we're here too, I think I mentioned it on an older stream at one point, and I said something about like maybe showing it at some point, I think, but I just didn't remember to. But speaking of art, allow me to show you something, because I feel like this is probably one of the most appropriate moments since we've really reached the point of like the edgiest parts of where the Higurashi anime really just gets super focused on the edgy content. Because there is a drawing of me drawn by a friend that I had in elementary, middle school, back when I was first into Higurashi. This was one of my friends that was also into Higurashi. And they drew something of me related to our mutual interest back then. And this drawing, as old as it fucking is, has still survived to this day, and I still have it on my hard drive. So are you ready for a vintage drawing of me from back when I first got into Higurashi as a child? Well, here you go. It's this. And it is such a DeviantArt ass like 2008 drawing if I've ever seen one, and I still love it. I still love it so much. Yes, that is supposed to be me. in the shirt that I was wearing when I met that friend, in fact, at a church camp. Yes, we bonded over Higurashi at a church camp. I don't know where you're at out there, my dear old friend. If you're still out there, though, I hope you're doing well. On the very slim chance that you're seeing this, you remember this, then thanks for talking to me about Higurashi when we were children. It was very special to me, and I hold those memories close to heart. Thank you so much. But yeah, there you go. There's some deep lore for you. That's your reward for sticking around till the very end. But anywho, I think that's about all the time we've got for today. We got to be going. But remember that next Tuesday I'm going to be streaming a blind playthrough of Chapter 1 of Ina Dream Barbecue that just came out. I'm really looking forward to playing that. I'm so excited. I've been very, very patient in not just playing it right away so that I could share the experience with you guys. And next Friday, we will be finishing this arc off. And yeah, lots of exciting stuff around the corner. Oh yeah, I also finished my Perfect Blue script, so that video should be coming sometime in the relatively soon future, hopefully. Anywho, I'll see you all later. Thank you so much, everybody, and goodbye.